Omniscient First Person's Viewpoint by Unjustly. Omniscient First Person's Viewpoint C4160 Chapter 41 : Dogs are no exception. Trinitic Anziaka. I called the vampire to stop her as she was about to head back. She shifted her parasol slightly, turning only her head to look at me. What is it? It was merely the barkings of the dog. Don't feel too hurt. I'll help you. Hurt? Well now, putting that aside, what are you suggesting you can help with? It was better to simply keep a lid on the memories than to show half-hearted care. TSK. This looked like a tough case to solve for the regressor. I immediately reached out to take the vampire's hand. It was so small and slender I could probably hide it in my palm. I gently wrapped my hand around hers as she flinched. What are you doing? Holding your hand, obviously, but I doubted that was the answer she wanted. She meant to rebuke me for rudely taking the hand of a lady, though in this case, it was more of a madam, anyhow. Instead of giving an excuse here, broken bar, your hand is cool. Cool? Yes, at just the right pleasant temperature, like stumbling upon the shade of a tree in summer. I bet it'd feel good to hold even for a long time. This could come off as rather cheesy. Regardless, I pulled the vampire's hand while she was briefly speechless. She was capable of shaking me off, but her confusion was too great for that. Meanwhile, my hand became a marker for her lost heart. She was pulled over helplessly. After that, I stretched out my other hand to Azzy. The dog girl stopped warily eyeing the reapproaching vampire and turned to me. Oi, Azzy, broken bar woof? Little tyke one, a small child, especially a cheeky or mischievous one. Calm down. What are you, salt? It's not like touching some water will kill you. Why are you so upset? Woof. Ease up, hand. Woof. Magic. Azzy immediately put up a paw. I tickled her chin with a chuckle while slowly pulling the vampire's hand, an inch at a time. Azzy's paw and the vampire's hand came closer and closer. He is not trying to have me and the Dog King touch, is he? What a childish thought. The vampire froze upon realizing my intention. Her hand didn't move. She was afraid of touching, but not for worry of being attacked. Azzy was the king of dogs who only accepted humans, which was why the vampire had never been welcomed by any dog to this day. When she used to walk through villages, the animals would either bark wildly or flee yelping. After all, her encounters with dogs always ended in one-sided rejection. It's fine, our dog doesn't bite. I led her gently. The vampire hesitated a moment before letting her tension go as if to let me do as I liked. As for Azzy, well, she didn't reject me. I pulled the paw and hand, drawing them closer, and laid them on top of one another. Naturally, nothing dramatic happened just because they touched. The vampire didn't shed tears of emotion, and Azzy didn't bare her teeth. Setting aside the fact that vampires couldn't cry and Azzy couldn't bear hostility toward humans, a broken bar, what just happened was simply that trivial. I pointed that out to the vampire. It's an everyday occurrence for dogs to bark or avoid someone's touch. Normally, a suspicious dog tends to bark first at a stranger, you know, so from now on, don't give it too much meaning just because a dog gets a bit scared. Talking about the Dog King being my enemy and I'm not human and whatnot. Then I turned to glare at Azzy, who was staring at me with wide eyes. You too, Azzy, you shouldn't go barking at anyone, bad girl. Do you know who this person is? Woof, you try and live long. Age is like dust and sticks all over you, okay? And sadly, it's unavoidable. So how would she feel if you go barking just because her age shows in her behavior? Why are you hitting me again? It is the price of arrogance, you rude lout. The vampire snorted. You are many times cheekier than the Dog King and shy. To begin with, you were wrong to assume I would be troubled over such a petty matter. If you aren't troubled, then don't hit me. You do not choose your words, so why should I care for my behavior? This time, the vampire reached out and flicked my forehead with one of her little fingers. I felt a tap, but it didn't hurt in the least. Just slightly cold, actually. The vampire withdrew her hand with a cheerful smile. And whatever you do, I have no intention of serving the Dog King. I am sure she will fly into a frenzy if she is with me alone. I refuse to enter a scuffle with her fiercely opposing me. It's not like I hoped for labor from you either, Draenitic Hansyaka. Don't you know me? Other things aside, I take manners to a whole new level, as you've seen. A broken bar? Aha, it seems the manners I know have all but disappeared these days. I thought these youngsters were especially rude, but I suppose it is understandable if the times have changed. Now what sort of ridiculous misunderstanding was that? Me, rude? How odd. Was there anyone else in the world who abided by the seniority system as much as I did? Anyway, to sum up everyone's position, it goes as follows. Yes, to start off, I need to wash Azzy. Draenei doesn't approve of dirty men, except for himself. Washing her, Draenitic Hansyaka says, sort out the issue yourselves. Is that right? Woof. Me, I don't want to wash. You shut up, Arf. Everybody listen carefully. This is the secret to solving the entire situation in an instant. I began speaking my thoughts with grim resolve. Now, first, I will wash Azzy a broken bar partially. I carried on explaining to answer the question in their minds. I wanted to wash her entirely, but it can't be helped with Draenei opposing. Instead, I'll do a hard scrubbing of Azzy's hands, feet, and hair, a broken bar every part with fur, so hard as to leave no more room for shedding or dirt. My biggest, immediate goal was to get rid of Azzy's fur and grime. So long as that was guaranteed, I could give up the rest. Next, Draenei can touch up Azzy as he wants and wash the rest of her. I shall turn a blind eye to some degree of relieving personal desires. Go about it as you will. Unlike you, my goal is purely hygiene and cleanliness, so as long as you use enough water and soap, I won't care much about whatever you do with Azzy, though I do find you rather detestable for it. Don't slander me. I have no thoughts of doing anything to Azzy either. I ignored the regressor's protest and continued, and I asked that Draenitic Hansyaka supervise Draenei and me from a neutral perspective, putting me aside. You don't know what Draenei will do with his head full of degenerate ideas. I told you I won't do anything. Well, it can't be helped, because apparently, according to your words, a man gets lusty the moment he lays a hand on a woman's body, regardless of will or personality. I want to be nice, so I'll give up and pass the opportunity to you instead. Will you stop defaming me? Yeah, broken bar. Enraged by the continued teasing, the regressor shot up and burst out in a scream. I like men. Well, sure, you're a woman, but unlike me. The vampire was astonished. What? A man? Men? The vampire's eyes snapped wide open at the shocking sight of a man she somewhat regarded as a disciple coming out. She was so surprised that she instinctively clutched her head despite having no high blood pressure. After swaying for a moment, she waved her hand in understanding. It is fine. The world is wide, and times have changed. It can happen, I am sure. No, wait. Hansyaka, this is, I understand, I do. However, a broken bar, could you stay away for a while? Shunned by the vampire in the end, the regressor looked dumb for a moment before glaring at me, huffing and puffing. She blew herself up, so I didn't know she was eyeing me like I was her nemesis. In any case, no one rejected my suggestion. Woof, woof woof. Me, I don't wanna wash. Yes, no one at all. 3:0. The suggestion passed unanimously. Azzy kept barking something, but dogs had no voting rights. If she didn't like it, then she could go change the law and get an ID card. Of course, if she brought a dog tag for ID, that would call for immediate roasting. Having gained public support, I commenced washing Azzy at once. Arf, or broken bar. Azzy stretched her arms out with all her might, turning her head like she didn't even want to see it happen. It looked like she wanted to get rid of her soap-bubbly paws if it were possible. Regardless, I uncompromisingly doused her paws with water and scrubbed them with laundry detergent. Every time I did that, Azzy shut her eyes and whimpered like she was experiencing a nightmare. Phew, look at the filth coming off. It's chilling to think you went around with these paws until now. Murky water mixed with golden fur flowed into the drain and disappeared. I could only be grateful for Mother Earth accepting even dirty water like this. Azzy was a dog. While she wore the shell of a human, her body had the characteristics of a dog. She didn't shed a drop of sweat from her whole body overall, but due to the sweat glands on the soles of her paws and feet, they grew wet in no time when she started running hard. The sweat, fur, and dirt blending was what resulted in an indescribable mess. I practically raked out Tazzie's squishy paws. When she wriggled her paws from the tickling sensation, I forced them straight and kept at it. It was closer to laundering or cleansing rather than washing. The labor made me sweat like a horse, but I could never give this up if only for the hygiene in Tantalus. I imagined I looked sacred indeed, wordlessly wiping away all kinds of grime. Surely the regressor would reflect on herself for accusing me of being impure. See how utterly non-sexual my touches are and how I indifferently work purely for cleanliness. A broken bar, how obscene. Pardon? Hold up, what did I just hear? I raised my head and found the vampire covering her eyes with one hand as if she couldn't bear to watch, groping a moaning lass in such a lewd manner. It is shameful. What is it if not obscene? It had slipped my mind that the vampire was a geezer with the ethics of 12 centuries ago. To her, a man and a woman simply holding hands equaled obscenity. Putting aside why holding hands is obscene, she's a dog, you know? That is why I am trying to simply watch instead of punishing you. However, what is obscene is still obscene. A broken bar, such indecency. It seems Shy did not worry for nothing. Madness. At this rate, she would be saying interlocking fingers was the same as embracing. I ignored her and focused on laundering Azzy. But as I washed her, every time my soapy fingers dug into her thick fur or between the gaps of her paws a broken bar. Harumph. TSK. I had to listen to all kinds of disapproving noises. It was miserable. I just wanted to live clean, yet I had to be called obscene for washing a dog's limbs. I wouldn't be so aggrieved if I had really done something vulgar. It would probably be less sad to be harassed by a mother-in-law for being bad at house chores. No wonder they say normality among abnormality is abnormal. A broken bar. I lamented my situation while washing Azzy's paws. Yet for some reason, the regressor and the vampire nodded as if empathizing with what I said. They were driving me insane. That man, he's skilled at handling Azzy and Tikan's Yaka. The dog king's paws were lathered with soap, and now she was having her hair rinsed. Even with her head tilted back and a towel on her forehead, she was pressing her eyes and lips shut, afraid of water splashing. As for the vampire, she was fiddling with her hair and muttering, "How indecent," and whatnot. The regressor watched them quietly, falling into thought. Azzy and Tikan's Yaka fundamentally don't hate humans. They can't exist without humans, after all. But, in her previous life cycle, the vampire led the forces of blood and marched towards Sanctum. There she was fated for defeat. Her broken bar. The regressor was a step ahead in dispersing the rally of the vampires and making them her allies, but she failed to resolve their old grudges. As he became a monster who tore apart humans with her claws and fangs, the regressor wasn't able to confirm her last moment, but she had most likely died somewhere on the battlefield. At the time, the regressor had cut down countless animals, beastkin, and the mastermind behind the conflict. It was, by common sense, an inconceivable change compared to how Azzy and the vampire were like now. What in the world happened to them in my previous regression? Number. The regressor's eyes shifted to the man washing Azzy. His speech was too light to be a warden and it was hard to consider him powerful, yet the man was unfathomable. He was an outsider who appeared in Tantalus out of nowhere, and when the prison collapsed, he was the only one who was gone. That man, what the heck did he do to these two? The regressor couldn't be certain because she didn't know the future. She had come chasing the past, but history changed the moment she entered this place. My original intention was to remove all unexpected factors, but he was stronger than expected. I changed the plan to keep a steady eye on the things he did. Butte a broken bar because of my intervention. It's too late to tell whether this was how things were meant to be. The deviation is too big. Now all I can do is weave in the clues from before the regression. The regressor's eyes descended from the rooftop with the water tank, the highest place in Tantalus. Her thoughts reached the being who was still keeping quiet on the floors below, the witness who watched everything within Tantalus. A broken bar. The undying, When will he open his eyes? I might be able to figure out something if I can match the truth he knows with the time he wakes. The lather on Azzy's body disappeared with a few dousings of water. Her glossy tawny fur shone even in the dim light. After the man wiped her down somewhat, she shook herself off. The remaining water in her fur flew everywhere, soaking the man. He got angry. It was an idyllic scene. The vampire was stable in mind, and Azzy was healthy. If the days continued like this, the former fragments of the apocalypse would walk out of Tantalus looking as peaceful as they were now. A broken bar. It was impossible, but still, she hoped. The regressor withdrew from her thoughts, and so did I. My eyes felt dark. Footnotes. 1. A small child, especially a cheeky or mischievous one. It was night and the daylights were gone. In the pitch-black darkness, only the faint night lights illuminated the world. Only dark outlines stood out in the rayless hallways of the prison as if everything was carbon paper tinted with a pencil. Amidst the blinding obscurity where you couldn't see even the wall in front of your eyes if you didn't look carefully, a man was moving with sneaking footsteps. He was carrying a large tied-up bundle of sorts, through the gaps of which poked out bizarrely twisted arms and legs. They were sticking out at angles impossible for normal human structure. Angles that only made sense if those limbs were attached apart from the skeleton of a vertebrate, a broken bar, or if the limbs were outright separated. The sight of the man moving the dismembered body parts was obviously that of someone trying to hide a corpse. Someone had to stop and interrogate him right away, but the veil of darkness concealed not only his figure but also his crime, and what couldn't be seen wasn't a sin. Thanks to the cover of night, he was disturbed by no one as he awoke. "What's up, SHH, Azzy? Will you go away? It's a surprise gift." "Woof, gift? Mine?" As if, disturbed by no person, he hid the dismembered body in a secret place. "Woof, don't try to dig it up, bad girl, it's not food." "That's icky." He hid it. In any case, he did. Another peaceful day today. I stood in front of a chalkboard with the trainees gathered. As I was about to pick up a chalk stick, I saw the chalk box was empty and so called the regressor. "We've run out of chalk sticks." Trainee Shy, could you take out some chalk sticks from the cabinet in the back? "Do you have to make me do that?" "But you're close, please do me a favor." Well, fine, if it's a favor." The regressor approached the cabinet delinquently, and I slowly counted her footsteps. Now, 1, 2, 3, tada. As per my design, the regressor jerked open the cabinet door, and the next second, a set of bizarrely bent limbs and a body with twitching scarlet muscles popped out. A head with its tongue sticking out like a dead creature made direct eye contact with the regressor and slowly began to fall toward her. Along with its dismembered limbs, the freakish corpse had appeared without rhyme or reason. Anyone with ordinary nerves would have gone aghast at the sight, but the regressor faced it unflinchingly. Heavenly counter-domain.magic. As if something like this didn't even surprise her, she expressionlessly pushed away the falling corpsey broken bar. "Aha!" Or at least, that was how it seemed on the outside. In contrast to her calm facade, the regressor screamed mentally in astonishment. When the corpse's right arm fell out wriggling, she hastily shoved it back inside with a shudder. "What the hell, a broken bar? What is this? Why is something like that in the cabinet?" In her heart, the regressor was fussing in every way possible, but those emotions didn't show on the outside. The regressor's chi art, heavenly counter-domain, was a specific set of technical moves ingrained into her body, allowing her to reflexively respond to any situation. It activated even when she was shocked and taken by surprise. Despite being startled to the point of her heart racing, her vast training experience enabled her to maintain an imperturbable state of mind or body. Should it be said, the regressor glanced at me, speaking in a plain tone. "There's a corpse inside? Hey, is there something you know? A broken bar? Since when was the sea corpse here? Was it there from the very start? That's a broken bar, a little creepy." She got a hold of herself in no time, TSK, and I thought she'd be a bit more surprised. There goes my efforts in preparing the ultimate surprise gift. I swallowed my regrets and answered in a composed and innocent manner. "Huh, since when has that been there?" Azzy perked up her ears and got up hearing that. Woof, me, I know, yesterday I fool, how dare a brute butt in when a lordly human is talking. After silencing the witness' mouth, I continued with a nonchalant gesture, someone must have hidden this corpse in the cabinet. This calls for an investigation. Trainee Shy, could you take it out for a minute? This? But you're close, please, you're not even scared of dead bodies, right? Fair enough, the regressor composedly carried the body. As far as appearances went, she looked utterly unsurprised, and on the inside, well, she was barely unsettled too. The mind followed the body, people say. She would have put up an ugly show if not for that thing called heavenly counterdomain. Such a pity. Here, the regressor lined up the parts of the undying's body. I bent down and pieced his limbs together in front of her. I put away his tongue, which I had slightly pulled out last night for dramatic effect. I had also tied up the fingers of the right hand, in case he resisted, so I put that back to normal as well. As the pieces came together and gradually took the shape of a person, the regressor's gaze calmed down. It wasn't a corpse, that giant, muscular build in dark skin a broken bar. It must be that undying. Oh, finally, my intention in hiding the undying in the cabinet wasn't only to startle the regressor, that was merely a side goal. According to the regressor's memory, this undying most likely survived until the end in every one of her past life cycles, which I supposed was natural since he was an undying. In her previous life cycle, the regressor was searching for information. She met the undying and heard the gist of what happened in Tantalus. Then, she decided to infiltrate the prison herself to obtain more accurate information. That was all I managed to read off her mind. Because her recollection ended prematurely, I had no way of finding out what she heard from the undying, and what happened in the previous life cycle. It would have been nice to delve that far into the regressor's memories, but for some reason, I could only read her past through her recollections, so, I had to display the undying in front of the regressor if only to find out why I had died. That was the way to get even the smallest clue out of her head. The regressor's voice became much more serious. This undying, was he always here? Who knows? That can't be. With wounds like this, there must have been bleeding, so there's no way Tikanzyaka wouldn't know. The vampire directly answered her question. Number. If that is what I think it is, then I cannot tell either. The vampire, who was sitting on her coffin instead of a chair as usual, gazed indifferently at the dismembered body. It must be an earthener from the plains of yonder. An earthener? As fellow immortals, we call them eartheners to draw a distinguishing line. They call us blood fiends. We hold an unfriendly relationship, for they deem us cursed, and we cannot take their blood. The vampire lifted a hand and slight gap opened in her coffin, from which crimson blood crept out toward the undying as if raring to consume it. However, the portion of blood that touched the undying's body suddenly lost its power. The red liquid turned completely black and disintegrated like sand to the ground. Their flesh and blood resemble Mother Nature. They gained immortality by sacrificing their very race. Their flesh is sand and their blood is mud. Their body is so extremely impure and unclean that only they can bear it. Therefore, their blood is unaffected by my bloodcraft even if it leaves their body. The vampire grimaced slightly as she dusted her hand. Aside from the portion that had disintegrated, her blood returned to her side. She shook it off as if she had touched filth. The regressor nodded. A broken bar. I got it. So that means no one knows when this undying was here. Hearing her muttering, as he straightened up and cried out, "Woof, me, I know, yesterday I!" Silence, fool. Where do you, a double-digit IQ holder, get off speaking at a 3-digit club? Even a puppy 3 months in school knows how to sit quietly, yet a guard dog dares to yelp up. You're 10 years behind. A broken bar. Rah. It looked like Kazzy's favor meter dropped a bit. I'd have to brush her fur for at least an hour to barely recover it. Still, shutting her up came first right now. The regressor quickly lost her interest in us. He's up to some nonsense with Azzy again. A broken bar. Well, whatever. It's not like that man was never strange before. This was why a person's usual behavior was important. She simply overlooked things no matter what kind of craziness I got up to. I knew my efforts in eccentricity until now were worth it. More than that, the Undying comes first. He seems to be in a critical state. Can he even wake up? Maybe it would be different on the surface, but in the disconnected abyss, it should be hard for him to self-recover. The regressor eyed the Undying doubtfully. These immortals could easily regenerate even fatal wounds, but there was no way to heal them in the abyss. Maybe if he took a boon of Mother Earth's grace, a broken bar, a full serving of crops, but who knows how long that'll take. Should I use potions? But if things end up different from the past, my information becomes meaningless. No wonder the Undying ate been porridge by the pot when no normal human could swallow that stuff ever. It was to regenerate his wounds. I was going to stop showing him to the regressor, build a broken bar. Shall I just wake him in this situation? Right then, I've decided. I gestured for the regressor to move. Trainee man Lovershai, will you stop making lascivious eyes at the man's body and return to your seat? The regressor staggered on her feet, snapping out of her pondering. She barely maintained her balance and avoided falling before shouting at me. What are you saying all of a sudden? This person may be unconscious, but allowing a man-lover to keep ogling as he likes is, well, a bit wrong, I think. What do you mean ogling? I have normal tastes. What? You like women? Then what about you washing Lizzie the other day? Was it dark desires you did away with instead of grime while cleaning? You're wrong. There's no way. Yes, no way, right? Because you like men. Fat a broken bar. Trapped in self-contradiction, the regressor could only flush, unable to refute, but the next moment, the vampire tapped a desk with her parasol. Enough. Then she unfolded the parasol slightly to cover her face. She sounded rather embarrassed behind it. I guarantee it is true. I kept watch as you asked the other day. Shai only appeared troubled as he washed the dog king. He did not seem conscious in any other way. It is, most likely, also true that he fancies men a broken bar. Oh dear me. Hold up, Tikanzyaka. It is all right, Shai. The vampire showed only her mouth under the parasol. It seemed beyond her to meet Shai's eyes and smiled warmly, defending the regressor. I have thought it over carefully and concluded that your nature is also part of you. You may have violated natural law, the harmony of yin and yang, but I too am a nature-defying monster. How can I blame you when the both of us are deemed unacceptable by sanctum? I'm not something like here! It is all right, I understand. There was such tenderness in the vampire's smile after she decided to fully accept the regressor, so much so that the latter couldn't make any retort despite her foul mouth. She was utterly helpless. The regressor turned bright red in the face and shut her mouth. If I reveal that I'm a woman right now instead of broken bar? No, I can't do that. If I say that at this timing, it'll seem like I've lost. She sure had an odd pride, thinking it was a defeat to be driven into revealing a truth. From where I stood, reading all her thoughts, it was pretty amusing. Well, it wasn't like she knew I could read minds. I just had to keep on reading and making fun of her. Besides, using Agatha's mask which I got from a treasure shrine, I always give the first impression of being a man. The only way to break the illusion is to take off my clothes. A broken bar, but I'd rather kill instead. I'd been wondering why no one saw through that shoddy cross-dressing. Turned out it was because of another unknown piece of treasure. There sure were all kinds of curious things in the world. Hang on, what did she say? I'd rather kill instead, not die? Who? I rushed to sort out the situation. Now, that topic ends here. Now why don't we revive this Undying who has suffered an unfortunate accident? A broken bar, all right. I should stop teasing her. After mercifully providing a hole of escape for the regressor, I drew everyone's attention to the Undying lying with his limbs all torn off. The Undying's body was practically a corpse, although no blood spilled out to a trait of their kind. Perhaps no aura of life could be sensed from his abnormally twisted and dismembered limbs or unmoving chest. His right arm moved, but I wasn't sure about that. Why was the muscle moving autonomously? I stared at the corpse, wondering aloud, do you think spraying some water will make it get up? The vampire shot down my idea. Oh please, do not act in vain. The life of Eartheners is different from yours. They possess infinite force when touching Earth, and that is why he will never wake in this place that is so far detached. But according to the regressor's thoughts, that Undying had witnessed what happened within Tantalus. He couldn't have become a witness if he couldn't open his eyes. Shall I use that method? It'd be meaningless to try if his life force was completely depleted. A fire wouldn't start without firewood, after all. But the Undying had devoured so many bins over the past few days that the state's logistics division was wondering if it was all going down a hole somewhere. If he didn't have enough life force despite receiving a boon at the level of embezzling military supplies, then he lacked scruples, not life. I felt that a spark would be enough to get the fire in him going. Now, everyone, I'll try a mysterious magic trick today. Magic trick, indeed, and that is, the magic of heart revival. I'll try to resurrect this person. I spread my arms for dramatic effect, only to hear an incredulous snort from the other side. I looked over and found the vampire wearing a disbelieving smile. Nonsense. After laughing at me all she wanted, the vampire curtly dismissed my words. Do you think of yourself as some god, or is the heart your toy? How do you suppose to make a stopped heart start beating again? A mystery that can never be achieved with the lacking imagination of the common people. That is what I call magic tricks. If that is so, then I am sure magic can raise even the dead. The vampire propped her parasol over her shoulder and straightened her back as if she had lost interest and there was no need to listen further. At the same time, I felt an unusual feeling of unease, a foreign sensation, like a bone stuck in the throat. This wasn't something I felt. The vampire's feelings were being conveyed to me, discomfort like a piercing pain inside, irritation and glaring displeasure. Even when she was talking to the regressor about Azzy earlier, the vampire was quite tolerating albeit defensive, yet she showed hostility now? Strange, honestly, from the perspective of someone from 1200 years ago. Wasn't it more shocking to hear of a man liking men than a stopped heart beating again? Moments like this called for some mind reading. Let's see, then. I narrowed my eyes, focusing on the vampire's thoughts. Heart beating again? What drivel! If that were so easily possible, all vampires would have their own hearts by now. No matter, I do not need to pay mind, for that is an impossibility. She was sure it was impossible. What was this? Rigid thinking? The obstinacy of a geezer? Or perhaps, sour grapes? A blind fury toward a fruit she had tried countless times to attain but ultimately had to give up? I wandered for 1,000 years apart from the first 200. I experienced innumerable lives, caught sight of everything in the world, unraveled the darkest and noblest of secrets, and witnessed so-called gods and demons. However, as irrevocable as time is, none of my discoveries could grant new life to those passed on. Or perhaps, this was how a child felt to have lost something precious too early, hating and yet missing the parents who abandoned her in childhood. Now this was a fresh feeling. Normally, the background related to one emotion was clear, but maybe because her life was so long, it was hard to pinpoint anything due to all sorts of events being involved. Then again, a tower built over 12 centuries could hardly be made up of a couple of stones. It must have tens of thousands of small rocks and sands sharing burdens big and small. Revive the heart? How ridiculous. It is impossible, utterly. No one has ever found a way. If, by some mystery, a great being gifted such a method to a human, a broken bar, it could not have come so late. It must not have, not after all the good things have frittered away to time. Still, if there was one thing certain, the vampire wished for her heart to beat again. She hoped to regain the life she had lost too young. A broken bar I lost myself. So much regret for one who has lived over 1,000 years. It is all earthly desires, all greed. Greed, a broken bar. Could it really be called that? I didn't agree. The desire for life wasn't called greed. It was instinct or natural law, a foundation, or base, the categorical imperative which supports people under everything. I smiled, probably because I had read enough of the vampire's mind. Resurrection, something she denied for 1,000 years and believed absolutely impossible. What sort of face would she make if it actually happened? What if an ordinary man like me performed that miracle, right before her eyes? Would she appreciate her 1,000 years of failure in the face of a single success that came like a coincidence? Or would she despair? The curiosity rising in me was unbearably enjoyable, so I opened my arms and cried out loud, "Very well, to achieve the impossible against the belief of everyone else, that is what it means to be a magician." Trainee Tikanzyaka's wholehearted denial is giving me strength. All right, if that is your will, then as a magician, I shall try and make it happen with all my power. The regressor frowned at my words. Magician, aha, my nickname in the state was Magician. What did you do to get that nickname? Trafficking government posts, the magic of making money through high positions, that's how my concept popped out. He has to be broken bar kidding? Yikes, I should be careful, I'll draw suspicion by getting too excited. Ahem. Anyway, now, first, there is proper origin and history to things in the world, unless they drop right out of the sky. Yes, I'll go into the explanation step by step from the beginning. I was about to take out a chalk stick, but then realized I had forgotten all about getting a new one since I was busy teasing the regressor earlier. Not that it mattered, the story was the important thing here, so I turned around and started talking. Lightning is the punishment of the sky god, a pure power that comes down from heaven. But after that famous lightning thief incident, the sky god adored humans for returning lightning to the skies and allowed them to use his power, which is none other than this. I raised my finger, where I had gathered mana while talking. The others focused on my finger and my smiling mouth behind it. Bolt. APZZZZT. Yellow sparks flashed as a densely volatile force dispersed into the air, as powerful as it was quick to disappear. I flicked my finger and scattered the lingering energy as I continued, the power to produce electricity. Since then, humans have been able to wield electricity a broken bar, although its usage is very limited due to the power itself being so intense and short-lasting. It is mainly used for lighting lamps, starting various devices, or removing soot or rust from iron. Meanwhile, I quietly took out my skewer, gripping the sharp stick. I assumed the warmest expression I could manage to reassure the others, a broken bar or, to frighten unnecessarily tight-lipped people, knocking on the doors of their firmly shut mouth, I suppose. Well, there is a similarity in the way of removing soot from the heart and bringing out honesty, don't you think? Even though I worded it as euphemistically as possible, the trainees got the underlying message. They were incredibly good at noticing bad things. Torch Euro, a broken bar. The regressor and vampire made faces at the same time. The vampire frowned slightly as she lowered her parasol, while the regressor gripped her desk hard. I could hear the steel plate of the desk being crushed. Hot damn. Figuring the need to quickly move on, I hastened my words. Now then, the state's public safety division carried out electric torture, peaceful interrogations with electricity against some people, and in the process, they made a very unusual discovery. They applied electric shocks to people whose hearts had stopped, and will you believe it? They experienced many cases where their hearts started beating again. I felt disbelief from the vampire and pessimism from the regressor. Well, it was fine, better than not feeling anything. Now then, I held my skewer in a reverse grip, crouched beside the undying's still cold body, and carefully aimed the skewer at his heart. I shall test that method on this undying. Watch. Then I slammed down the skewer near the undying's heart without a whit of hesitation. Put, is this how it feels to stab a barrel full of cement? My skewer only managed to dig half a finger joint into the undying's chest with a weak sound. His body was strange. Why was it like hard concrete? It looked impossible to even stab through his chest with my strength using this skewer. I put away the skewer in a pocket and held out a hand to the regressor. A broken bar. Ahem. I think I'll hurt myself if I try with the skewer. Trainee Shy, could you lend me that sword you keep floating by your head? Chaneng? Chaneng, what a pretty name. Yes, I'll return it to you nice and clean. The regressor measured me with appraising, narrow eyes. That skewer must be blunt. There's no way that man would ask for a sword because he can't get through a lump of flesh. But it was sharp, I kept it nicely wetted so it was ready for use whenever. I guess he wants to borrow mine because using his full strength might break the Undying's body to pieces. Well, whatever the case, it also benefits me to know how the Undying woke up. No, that was my full strength. I only managed to stab through a couple of inches with all my might. It looked like I couldn't be careless about even showing my strength in front of the regressor. I might end up breaking her illusion of me. It would be stupid to give my only weapon to a guy who may be an enemy. Buta broken bar HMPH. It's also ridiculous to be unnecessarily wary and not lend it. Only I can control Chaneng anyway. The regressor readily flicked her finger, and her invisible sword shot into the ground near my feet. Chaneng dug about 3 inches into the concrete before stopping with a judder. Fine, your skewer does seem lacking. Go ahead then, thank you. I'll use it well. The one small relief in all this was that the reggressor's weapon was outstanding enough to be useful even in the hands of someone like me. It would have been terrible if I failed to cut the Undying even with a sword like this. Now then, scalpel. The blade smoothly split flesh. The Undying's blood was like living slime, so it didn't spill out even with his chest cut open. In fact, it seemed to hide deep inside the body. I carefully pushed apart the flesh and spotted his heart far behind his black ribs. At this point, instead of forcefully digging in, I stuck my skewer in until it reached the middle of the heart that was down there. The state didn't go this far for electric torture, but since I'm going to try, it's better to do it closer to the heart. There's a chance of the magic scattering if I cast it outside the body, after all. Anyway, shall I apply electricity to this stopped heart? Like so? I tossed Chaneng aside and performed the somatics I learned in the past. I cast the state's standard magic, one of their few practical inventions, that could force out your mana without needing mana aptitude, set, thema, kit, obli. But this spell was an improved type. I slightly extended the magical power that would have normally channeled through my fingertips, stretching it out so that the mana could reach the end of my skewer, the steel needle that was like another hand of mine. The mana field penetrated the Undying's body through the tip of the skewer. Once it reached his heart, I lit the mana and finished the spell with more power than usual. Bolt, Franklin, APZZT. The Undying's body jumped as the flowing lightning of the spell spread through his body and stimulated his muscles. My hand shot back from the recoil of mana, and I felt a tingling shock. The magic itself had succeeded. Now I just needed to get the result. Magic. And a moment later, huff. The Undying opened his eyes. The Undying lurched up like a man awakening from a long slumber. He didn't scream or show shock even though his arms and legs were missing. He merely furrowed his thick brows and looked around. For someone who was ripped to pieces in a tragic accident, there was nothing special about his reaction. As it should be. The reality was that the Undying didn't die even if their limbs were torn and their heads fell off. This degree of injury was an everyday thing to them, but if there was one difference from their daily lives, it was that they couldn't regenerate in this abyss that was cut off from the earth. The Undying regained his senses and cried out with an astonished face, "Oh, what happened? I surely remember my limbs being torn off." "They still are." Here, I proffered his dismembered arms and legs. Instead of being appalled, complaining of pain, or growing wary of me, the Undying promptly took his limbs and stuck them where they should belong. He even gave me a thumbs up with his reattached hand, laughing cheerfully. Just what you'd expect of an Undying. Lost limbs must be nothing much to him. "Thank you. Such generosity." "It's nothing. Keep your arm attached for now." I had kept my audience waiting too long. Turning my back on the Undying, I spread both arms and shouted to the rest. "Now, you see, voila, revival, a great success. His arms and legs aren't put back together yet, but his heart is certainly beating. Behold the miracle of bringing the dead back to life. Maybe I was the second coming of the saintess. I could scam at least dozens if I started a religion. Though well, the truth of the matter was that I had simply forced the Undying awake from a state of suspended animation. Forget being the saintess, what I did was no different from those horrible state alarm clocks. Nevertheless, it was a fact that I made a stopped heart start beating again. I looked at the regressor and vampire with a proud smile. Magicians were a species of peacocks who needed an audience to survive. Their reaction was the very driving force that kept me living, especially the regressor. As someone who held clues to the past, she was the biggest treason. I woke the undying. After all, a method like that, a broken bar, can wake him up. This must be how the undying woke in the past. Then, is this that point in time? What point in time? Could you please stop thinking that way and just remember? Recollect instead of referring to past cycles and wrapping it up with pronouns. Alright, let's not be hasty. Leave the regressor for now. I can slowly pry it out of her later. Then for the vampire now. I read the vampire's thoughts with a heart full of anticipation. She didn't betray my expectations, forcing a heart to beat. Again, waves of emotion swept over me. The weight of 1,200 years was tremendous. The vampire was stunned, her eyes wide like someone who had witnessed a miracle, but through my mind reading, I could tell she was far more surprised inside. It was possible because it was an earthener. His heart could be made to beat again, for he is an undying immortal. A spark of fire is enough to reanimate them. Yes, that is naught but a spark, a broken bar. Then the vampire soon remembered another fact. Vampires, who animated blood through bloodcraft, were also a breed of immortals. A broken bar perhaps. I too? If only she had the embers to stoke her withered body. If she could hold that fire within her chest, could my heart beat again as well? Be it expectations, firm common sense, or egotistic notions, a broken bar as seemingly strong mind is, in truth, nothing at all. Solid beliefs are all but illusions that can be shattered by the remark of another, and that truth was my joy. This was my only way of life, but that was precisely why I felt more delight, the sense of being alive, the self-esteem of being able to exist as myself filled my body. Did humans taste flavor and happiness from food because it was the result of an evolution advantageous for survival, or did food itself contain flavor and happiness in the first place? I figured there was no need to distinguish. Sweetness lingered in my mouth, while I was drunk on a sense of fulfillment. The undying finished assembling his limbs and got up. Although he had somehow pieced himself back together, it was plain that I could expect no more durability from his work than something taped together. The undying offered his right hand, which he had mistakenly attached upside down. Pleased to meet you. I am Rashk. You are? I guess I should shake with my right, even if his is the wrong way up. I gripped the back of his hand and shook it. I'm the new warden here. I found you in a cafeteria bin, cabinet, and revived you. His right forearm snapped off the moment I shook it upward, as if afraid of falling. It clung to my hand, dangling. All of a sudden, I became a man with two elbows. Silence fell around us. Looking at his detached right hand, the undying scratched his head with his left and laughed awkwardly. Ha ha, I am sorry to bother you. It would have stuck together in a second if we were on the surface. It sure takes a while in the abyss. Well, it can happen. I pried off his fingers and put his forearm back on his elbow joint. The undying stiffly moved his recovered right arm as he made a remark. It is a wonder that the state sent down a living person. They usually only sent lumps of iron to peek around. By the way, where are all the others? Have they escaped? If you mean the trainees who used to be here, they've all escaped. These are the only remaining people. I secretly read the undying's memories as we talked to find out how he ended up dumped in a waste bin with his limbs ripped off. The undying Rashk was a prisoner. He was impressed by the advanced laws and systems of the military state and wanted to know more about this place, but the state didn't return the sentiment. The ecology of the undying was too different from that of ordinary humans. Rashk didn't care for injuries and always stepped up first when there was labor to be done. He hardly ever got tired, and even when he got hurt, he simply laughed it off. The undying was a wonderful neighbor indeed, so much so that anyone would wish for at least one of him around, but that didn't mean Rashk was a pushover. As fearless as the undying were of death, they valued honor and rules equally as much. They would laugh off a slash of a sword to their body, but they didn't stand for any insult to their dignity. Unfortunately, One citizen forgot the saying, "The fist is closer than the law," and provoked Rashk. It seemed the state's military law, which was closer than most fists, had twisted the citizen's survival instinct. The man had solemnly recited a prayer: "You barbarians are as tireless as you are uncultured, so slavery must be your calling in life." Among friends, it would have been no more than a bad joke, but in front of said barbarian, it became a death wish. Like the well-mannered earthener he was, Rashk tried to patiently win the man over with words, but fools tended to wish for death at least twice, and so, like the well-mannered earthener he was, Rashk humbly accepted his will and tore him to death. Another man tried to rescue the first and attacked the undying, but he was assumed to endorse the insult and was also ripped to death. The state attempted to execute Rashk, but there was no way to kill someone who could shrug off bullets and walk through fire, and when the state lacked the ability to kill something, they only had one way to handle prisoners. The leaders of the state made a decision, and Rashk fell into Tantalus. He got on well in there until he got mixed up in the jailbreak incident. Interesting. Hold on. So if he witnessed the jailbreak in Tantalus, doesn't he know how to get out too? I began to steer the conversation. Trainee Rashk, you asked earlier, didn't you, whether all the others had escaped? Indeed, but what of it? The dead are silent. Therefore, the undying, who didn't die, made for a fantastic speaking witness. He was an eyewitness to me now as he was to the regressor in her future, a precious witness who may know how to escape from this prison. The military state is greatly curious. This is the Abyss, a place inaccessible by ordinary ways. So how in the world did the prisoners succeed in escaping? I questioned the undying, pretending to interrogate him while I activated my mind reading to its fullest capability. If he so much as remembered the related memories, I would obtain the card that was the way to escape the Abyss. The regressor fell into the Abyss right before the prisoners broke out, so she didn't know much. I looked at the undying, full of hope. I do not know, and quietly watched him give a hearty answer. This one sorcerer did something, then suggested we all escape together. Will you believe it? Went on about having a better chance of escaping as a group or whatnot. Well, there was no reason to refuse, so I nodded. A broken bar really? Indeed. Damn it, this useless immortal. But there must be something you heard in passing? Like who that person was, and what method he used. Who knows? That feeble sorcerer. He must have used some strange way to get out. Oh, will you think back a bit more seriously? Apologies, but I have no hobby of remembering every word muttered by another man, especially when it comes to the vain spiel of a sorcerer. The undying responded carelessly, not even trying to remember. My God, to think there'd be a person who really erased their memory because they had no hobby of remembering. I never even imagined it. The undying picked his ears for a while before asking a question in turn. So, what were you asking? When you said you don't care for remembering, that included my words too. I see. There really was not a single helpful person here, eh? How could there not be one bit of useful information? No, that can't be right. It must be because I still haven't drawn out his memory enough. I held on to a glimmer of hope and continued asking. Then for my second question. Why did you fail to break out while the other trainees all escaped? Was there a conflict of opinion? Conflict of opinion? There was. The undying recalled the past. That feeble sorcerer said he was going to free the prisoners, but his long prison life must have driven him insane because he suddenly tried to kill all the non-convicts. By non-convicts you mean, the laborers? Yes, the people who cooked and cleaned in this place. Tantalus was a huge facility that contained heinous criminals captured from all over the world. They were practically left to their devices here because not even the military state could control them. This was a realm of ravenous demons and also an execution ground of the state, a place that killed the people sent down by itself. This was why the state gave the labor sentence to prominent political figures or disruptive politic offenders who were too difficult to simply kill. It was but another name for capital punishment. There were few laborers left. What were the other prisoners killing so many? But still they were our companions. I was rather fond of them, but instead of escaping together, the sorcerer wanted to kill them. I opposed, but he was dogged. They must have been pretty big-time criminals themselves, being laborers in the abyss. Why did he kill them? I do not know. To remind you, I have no hobby of remembering every muttering of another man. Well, aren't you so proud of yourself? Anyhow, I fought against him, and lost. I must have been hit quite hard because my memories are vague. Really, if only this was not the abyss, I would have regenerated instantly and smacked that slimy face of his. Is that it? What is there more to say? He really wasn't any help. Whatever. I had pulled out all the information I could. It was time to pass the matter to the regressor, Trainee Rashk. There, you see that person? The regressor. She had been looking this way, leaning forward with a face full of interest. Her flinched when I pointed at her. Huh? Me? Why? The Undying showed an indifferent reaction seeing the regressor. That boy? Yes, him. I don't know why, but he seemed to be greatly interested in your broken bar. In a rather strange way. Huh? What nonsense are you spouting? She kept trying to spectate like a bystander, but no way was I letting that happen. I didn't tolerate other people having things easier than me. Since I couldn't dig up anything useful, I'll have to read your thoughts instead. Go on then, find out for yourself. Trainee Shy, are you not interested? Magic, of course I'm not. Then is it fine to let him go to bed? Trainee Rashk will probably fall asleep again soon. The Undying swayed on the spot right after I spoke. He looked down at his body, appearing surprised. Oh, now you mention it, I am in a queer state. I have woken yet my body is not fully recovered. What in Gaia's name did you do? I sent electricity to your heart and forced you up, you see. Oh, now that is also amazing. How did you manage it? The Undying continued to examine himself, seeming amazed by the teetering state of his life force. Maybe it was his immortality, but he sure had no awareness of danger. I prompted the regressor once more. Trainee Shy, are you really okay? At this rate, Trainee Rashk will go unconscious if left as is. A broken bar. So, he is the only one who knows about Tantalus before we came here. Broken bar. Just then, I noticed Azzy yawning at the back of the classroom. Come to think of it, she was there too. Not that she would be helpful, I corrected myself. The only man, I mean. Trainee Shy, if you have any questions, now is your chance to answer them. What does that have to do with me? You aren't curious about anything at all? Not at her broken bar. The regressor paused mid-shout, recalling something in her mind. Since the Undying has risen, there's something I need to confirm. At the end of that thought, the regressor's memories began to wind back to the past. In the regressor's previous life cycle, the abyss had collapsed. It was far more fatal and terrible than the Tantalus jailbreak incident, which was the worst happening in the entire history of the state. The criminals who broke out were a menace in their own rights. However, a broken bar, what crawled out of the abyssal ruins, were terrible things capable of destroying the world. It was a calamity that was all the deadlier because the threat it posed wasn't as immediately noticeable compared to its huge danger. It took even the regressor several regressions to finally discover the existence of the fragments of the apocalypse within the abyss. She gathered the clues she excavated through her past life cycles and arrived at the collapsed abyss. There, she encountered a horrible monstrosity formed from the flesh of tens of thousands. Hey now, do not look at me that way. I am a victim myself. How could I have known this would happen? The pendulous sunset illuminated the wet ground. The sticky redness revealed under the sun was inexpressibly beautiful yet disgusting and dreadful. The liquid soaking the earth was all blood from the body of men. The immortal corpusculum that had marched for the Empire in the past had also come from the abyss. The regressor battled the golem for a full day and barely managed to defeat the thing before pulling out its core, the Undying. Yet for all the fierceness of the battle, the Undying was light-hearted, muttering an explanation of what had occurred. Alas, I had closed my eyes for too long. We are undying, but not indestructible. Once our life is exhausted, we temporarily return to the world to be granted life by the earth before moving again. However, some damned thing defiled me. They cursed my flesh and scattered it, And I could not protect myself, for I was in a land cursed by Mother Earth. A broken bar, the flesh monster regenerated bullet wounds and was unharmed by fire, and it wielded the corpses it swallowed as weapons. Thorny spines thrashed the field of combat and boils of pus exploded everywhere. The vivid yellow pus would melt whatever it landed on like hissing acid. The monster's taut, bulging innards were more bombs than balloons. It fired a rain of blade-like shins down on its enemy. The regressor swung her sword amidst stench and filth. The monster mindlessly regenerated itself by absorbing fetid corpses along with the rancor of the dead. It was a crawling pestilence that coveted the flesh of humans, a desecration of mankind itself. The regressor mustered all her might to stop the thing from roaming in search of its next meat. As a result, her broken bar. Well, I do feel slightly sorry for the dead, but what can be done? It was not of my own volition. The Undying shouted a hearty half-apology, laughing lightly as nothing much had happened. But how could this tragedy be so trivial? The regressor wiped her sweat using the cloth she wrapped around her face to block the stench in the air. She let out a weary sigh. 3 villages you destroyed, 190 dead. At least 10 times that number would have died had you not stopped it. Young lady, well done, you are the hero. A broken bar. I wasn't asking for praise. You have to be eliminated. This time, it can't be helped. The Undying was unperturbed despite her cold statement. I did not praise you in hopes of living either. Listen now, we are undying, not ageless. We slowly grow weak as we age until at one point, we return to the earth, though of course, I am quite young to die. The Undying lifted his left shoulder. His body, covered in melted blood, was light years away from the shape of a human. Perhaps something gnawed by a great swarm of maggots and vomited out would look as he did. The outline of his figure was faint like a picture with crushed borders, which made it hard to tell where his body started. But even as he was melting into nothingness every passing second, the Undying laughed gallantly. Ha ha, I was too harsh with my body. My lifespan has worn out too quick. I will die soon. Well now, at least I did not die in the abyss. What a relief it is to be buried in Mother Nature's arms. Again, the abyss was mentioned. The regressor pondered what had happened in that place. Her efforts coming here were in vain. She was late in this life cycle. There was too little time, as this incident itself had occurred early after her regression. But if there was an incredible solution lying within that bottomless chasm, the regressor thought she might be able to find hope in the next life for sure. She felt a glimmer of small anticipation underneath her thick exhaustion. What happened in there? Who did what to birth a monster like you? It is rather hurtful to be described as a monster, but I cannot deny it, for I certainly look like one right now. There is no time to chat. Quickly. Ah, right. I was being too selfish. You must be busy. Death came slowly but as surely as the sunset. The Undying's tone was no different from before, but the dark signs of death were apparent on his face. He barely managed to continue. Do you, perhaps, know that some escaped from that abyss? I do. Then that makes things easy. I fought against one of those trying to break out. I would have instantly regenerated and ripped his head off if we were on the surface, but unfortunately, I could not regenerate in the abyss. My limbs were torn off by a mysterious spell, and so I fell asleep, drained of life force. However, a broken bar. He frowned like someone trying to squeeze out a hazy memory. When I first opened my eyes, I saw some people. First, a so-called warden came to me and said he woke me up. He asked me something, then told me to keep sleeping again because it was a bother to supervise me. I had not recovered much life force back then, so I went back to sleep. The regressor scrunched up her face at that. A broken bar, that's it? Anything else? I think he did say something else, but I do not remember. Think a little harder. Apologies, but I have no hobby of remembering every word muttered by another man, especially when it comes to the vain spiel of a sorcerer. There must be something that could be a clue, like the number of people, or who was there. Clue. When I looked, there were 2 women. That is about it. Both were attractive. A broken bar, that's all? Do you know how important that information is? Is it not 10 times as meaningful compared to the number of men? Was he used to death? Or was death so alien that he had gone mad? The regressor held her aching head as she asked again, anything else? The next time I opened my eyes, I was not sure, but it was chaos everywhere. The building was shaking ominously, and I could hear the howling of a beast in the distance. The people who woke me said that the warden was trying to kill me, and asked me to fight against him. Who are those people? What did they say? Who knows? I do not know either. They were not women, of that I am sure. A broken bar. There was too little information, but the regressor couldn't hope to get more out of the undying who had flitted in and out of consciousness. Still, she wasn't disappointed. She was going to make sure she got inside that abyss in the next life cycle. After all, this was merely a lead to the information she wanted. I fought, and I lost. If that place were on the surface a broken bar, no. If only my limbs were intact, then I would not have been defeated so helplessly. But in truth, beating him would not have made much of a difference. He was with a Beast King, you see. A Beast King? Indeed. What was it? A broken bar. Something about humanity's great desire and the need for a desperate struggle to find him. A broken bar, really? It was so absurd that I actually remembered a man's rambling. He who a broken bar. The undying's dry laughter fell upon the ground. His vessel was broken and leaking essence. Even the infinite life of those called undying was, in the end, a fleeting candle that will inevitably run out one day. The last time I opened my eyes, I was not myself. There was only pain and resentment as I rampaged to absolve the vengeance driving me. I starved as if a hole were in my stomach, and I pained as if stabbed by needles. In my hunger, I think I ate this and that. A broken bar. Things that should not be eaten. Yeah, it was a bit gross. Well now, it was a fine life a broken bar or could have been, if not for how it ended. Hey, if only I could, I would carve out my last moments. A broken bar. After giving a short chuckle in the way he always did, he died. Confirming this, the regressor got up slowly. I don't know if this will comfort you, but rest assured, you'll come back to life in the next cycle anyway. Sorrily enough, his end had yet to come. He would most likely come back to life. Once the world returned in time through the regressor's death, there would be a different outcome from the present. The regressor straightened herself calmly. A broken bar. Humanity's great desire. Him, Beast King. A broken bar. Is that where their plan began? The digging for truth just never ends, does it? Whatever the case, it was certain that an important clue was lying in the abyss. Since it was too late in this cycle, the regressor wondered whether she should regress immediately while her memory was fresh or investigate a little more. After some thought, she took out Chuneng. If I'm going to regress anyway, it's probably better to finish my chaos spree than die instead of committing suicide. Alright, I'll throw this cycle. At that moment, the regressor's fate was decided. The recollection ended. The regressor immediately recalled the memories of her previous life and stared at the undying. When he first opened his eyes, he said a warden woke him up and asked some questions. To be sure, this is that point in time a broken bar. He definitely said there were two women, and that they were attractive. As the regressor's pondering grew long, the undying urged her for a reply. Come now, what is it you have to say that makes you think so hard, boy? If you have words for me, then be out with it. I do not want to wait long for a man to speak. All right, I'll ask my question. Finishing her thoughts, the regressor assumed a solemn expression. Right now, how many women do you see? It was a very natural flow of thought. To make sure this was the point at which Rashk first opened his eyes, the regressor intended to compare his testimony of the past and present. If he answered that there were two women this time as well, then she would be at the timeline he mentioned in the past. Shy, what sort of question is that? What in the world are you after? Actually, wait. I regained my senses thanks to the vampire's thought. Wasn't the flow of conversation strange with mind reading out of the equation? Despite the bizarre question, the undying counted the number of women as he was asked. 1. The vampire sitting at the front, and 2. Azzy lying on her belly at the back. Why wasn't he counting Shy? Oh, she's cross-dressing. Finishing the math, the undying held up 2 fingers and gave his answer. 1, 2. Is it not 2? You can tell by simply looking unless you are an idiot. Are both women attractive? Not anyone else, of course. In the first place, there is no unattractive woman in the world. It is merely that they each possess their own charm. As for men, well, that is not my concern. A broken bar, but what of it? Even the Undying suspected the intent behind her question, as he should. The flow of conversation was subtly, no, openly deviating. The regressor asked that question because she had information connecting from her previous life cycle, but the others couldn't quite keep up and resorted to filling in the blanks with their imagination. It was especially so for the vampire. She covered her mouth with both hands, looking between the regressor and Undying, lamenting to herself, why do you ask him of such things? What is it you so desire to know? Is it that Earthaner's preference? Amazingly enough, the Undying figured out something from this odd atmosphere. He turned to me dubiously, asking, wait, sir, does that boy's interest in me happen to be broken by that kind of interest? Wow, you remembered that? What's up with your selective memory? Whatever. I gave a big nod and affirmed his suspicion. That's right. Trainee Shy has a record of loudly shouting his fancy of men the other day. What? Why are you bringing that up now? It's completely unrelated, all right? The regressor reflexively tried to refute my words, only to finally realize how the others were looking at her. The vampire was still covering her mouth, forgetting about her heart for the moment. I nodded, empathizing with her shock, but most surprisingly, the Undying stroked his chin, seriously appraising the regressor's appearance. Why the heck are you taking a serious look? I normally do not care for men, however, that's weird. Doesn't that word imply you're about to say something contradictory to your previous statement? You're not going to say what I read off your mind, are you? With a face as pretty as that, it may somehow be possible. Magic. Is he mad? You madman, the regressor suddenly screamed. We're on the same wavelength. Finally realizing what she had said, the regressor started huffing. You're wrong, completely wrong. I have zero interest in the likes of you. Feistier than most girls, you must have been born with the wrong gender. I said a broken bar, you're a broken bar on a broken bar. This was bad. The regressor was going to explode this way. The Undying aside, I'd die for sure if she started going wild with her sword. Besides, I couldn't understand the Undying's way of thinking myself. I joined the shouting. What do you mean, Trainee Rashk? Trainee Shy is certainly temperamental, hard to please, violent, and homosexual, but you mustn't take after him. Didn't you say you have no interest in the likes of men? Ha ha, Warden, male or female. Is it not fine as long as the taste is good? Huh? What are you on about? I'm rather glad. I am an Undying, and I cannot make a baby without permission from a tribal council. It is more taboo to make a half-blood. This is sadly why I refused the courtship of countless women and lived in solitude. Perhaps a man is better a broken bar. Oh, now this is another new perspective. I must have made the greatest discovery of the century. This looks bad. The regressor was already holding her sword. I had to do something about the Undying before she acted. Suddenly, I looked down at the skewer in my hand again, then back at the Undying. His chest was still open. Trainee Rashk, give me a second. What is it, Warden? I hid the skewer and approached the Undying. He scratched his head in a troubled manner. Alas, being too popular with men is also a pickle. Say what? That was disgusting. Out of nowhere too. I didn't care what kind of misunderstanding he had with the regressor, but I couldn't forgive his bullshit extending to me. I wasn't putting up with any more of that. I stabbed my skewer deep into the Undying's chest. He became puzzled. Huh? Warden? What? I sabbled. And an electric shock spread to his whole body directly through his heart. The Undying quivered from head to toe. I did a broken bar, not expect a broken bar to be broken bar the bottom a broken bar. His huge body fell down, convulsing. After a few seconds of twitching, he grinned and left his last word. This ice a broken bar, a unique taste on its own. The crazy bastard spouted dog shit to the end before closing his eyes. Soon his consciousness was completely lost and his right arm dropped. Phew. barely clean things up. Now then, there was a bit of a commotion. The huffing regressor put away her half-drawn sword, then glared at the fainted Undying, muttering, "Don't you ever wake that thing up. Talk about queer misunderstandings, Hugh. This gilds the point of me wearing Agatha's mask." A broken bar. Wasn't she pushing too much of the responsibility on the Undying, though? As if she did nothing wrong. Honestly though, you know it was all your karma. Yes. How so? How? You went around saying all those misleading things. If you don't get it, then look at Rainy Tikamzyaka. The moment the regressor looked at the vampire, she whipped her head round, avoiding the former's eyes. She was even fanning her face when she didn't even sweat. Instinctively realizing what was wrong, the regressor held out her hands, smiling awkwardly. "No, it's a misunderstanding, Tikamzyaka. It is all right, child. I understand everything." A broken bar. You don't look like you understand at all. But I think it is a little early for me. Is the world truly advancing so fast that not even I can catch up? A broken bar? If possible, please do it out of my sight. I'm saying you've got it wrong. I stopped watching the two and chimed in. Tell me if you only needed Rainy Rashk's body. I'll lend you the part you want. He won't hate it that much himself. A broken bar. Before the furious regressor grabbed Chuneng again, I finished up the lesson with a quick clap of my hands. Everyone, you understand how the state discovered the resuscitation of the heart using electric shocks? Yes, it's all thanks to suspects suffering cardiac arrest during electric torture. I mean friendly interrogation accompanied by electricity. More electric shocks had their hearts up and running again. So the moral of today's story is, do not carelessly show your heart to others. Lesson over. With that said, I promptly opened the classroom door and made a run for it. What is the biggest feature that separates day and night? Naturally, that is the presence or absence of light. Light illuminates the world and provides the ability to distinguish the objects in front of you in this thorny world. We can tell nothing without light. Even if death comes right before us, we may lean toward it like an innocent 3-year-old. There is no courage when facing the unknown, only fear. When stepping through the darkness, it isn't courage that prevents the invisible fangs of danger from biting your neck, merely good fortune. The ordinary who perceive this instinctively avoid the dark, taking a lesson from the reckless who do not return from it. Wake up. Thus, the night was always a concept to be wary of, for the unknown is fear and dread itself. Humans built houses and lit fires to drive away the darkness and protect themselves, filling their surroundings with familiar things to stay their fright. Wake up. So when someone broke into my room during the night, I hysterically sprang up from bed to light the bedside lamp. Who would sneak in here without a sound, into my room of all places? I was sure whoever it was had bad intentions. A broken bar. But against my assumption, the intruder I found was utterly unexpected. It was a beautiful girl of a white complexion, or more accurately, her skin seemed to have no color, a pale face, toneless silver hair, an icy expression, and an unmoving chest. She gave a sickly impression, lacking several elements of life. The girl bore an air of classic, aristocratic elegance, yet her appearance was young compared to her mysterious atmosphere. However, the discrepancy didn't seem to originate from immaturity. It was more as if she had been deprived of growth at some point. Was she a ghost? Her hair and limbs were so thin, it looked like she may break at a mere touch. It made me hesitate to approach her. I felt a sense of teetering peril as if I were watching white porcelain about to fall to the floor. But that anxiety was, in itself, an attraction. When will it fall? How will it break? How beautiful will the redness permeating the broken shards be? That was the sort of breathless, thrilling, immoral impulse she made me feel. The blood in my whole body was drawn to her. My mind grew far. I felt a giddiness similar to falling. I reached out subconsciously, and I read her mind. It's the vampire. Why is she here? It can't be broken bar. Have you finally come to butcher the goose that lays golden eggs? Her red eyes, glowing even in the dark, filled with puzzlement. Where did that come from? Were you so hungry? But if you'll just think about it for a second, this is an exceedingly foolish choice. There is only about 5 liters of blood flowing through my body. That's all you can get by taking me now, but I can make more blood every single day, and if I squeeze myself to the extreme, I can provide about 300 milliliters of blood each week. After 17 weeks, approximately 120 days, you'll have profited from sparing me. Remember this, become a monster of interest rates. For centenarians like you, compound interest is absolutely the way to go. A broken bar. Here I was, imparting forbidden knowledge to a vampire who would live forever so long as the world didn't go to hell. Have I given rise to a monstrosity? A broken bar? The vampire went silent at my speak for a moment, looking down at me. Have you cleared your head? Yes, talking helped to return my senses. Indeed, I may have a seat. Yes, oh, yes. As I nodded, the vampire conjured a black chair out of thin air and seated herself. I sat on the bed and rubbed my face a few times. I felt no animosity or hunger from her. It seemed I wasn't destined to die tonight. I hoped no one thought too strangely of me taking fright. A vampire coming quietly in the middle of the night? Wasn't that one of the world's biggest 3 horrors, followed by tigers and smallpox? It was a relief the vampire had no intention of harming me. Otherwise, I would have been sucked dry like a coconut fallen off its tree. What brings you to my room so late? I asked a question to read her thoughts, but there was no need for that as the vampire answered honestly. Indeed, I came to discuss something important with you. I admit it was rather impatient of me, but I felt there would be no opportunity past this night. A broken bar. The vampire paused to take a look around, then she covered her face slightly with her parasol and lowered her head. I called you from outside, but you simply would not wake up. So I had no choice but to come in. Said a broken bar. Why do you sleep so soundly? You made me enter myself. It is unimaginable for a woman to sneak into a man's room in the night. I wished she would realize she was a vampire before she was a woman. It was terrifying. My heart was beating in alarm like I had encountered a natural predator. I was the victim, so why was she acting as if she lost anything? A broken bar? Whatever. I took the chance to give a wicked laugh and stick out my tongue. Hey, coming to me secretly in the night must mean you're resolved. A broken bar. Did you miss me so much? Very well, I shall handle you as you want. A broken bar. Do not mess around. I am serious. Her red eyes flashed with displeasure. She broke in at night, yet she didn't even let me joke. How unfair, but the age difference between us was even more unfair. I waved the white flag and swiftly changed the topic. It's because you keep trailing off. You came here so late in such a hurry when you're usually so laid back. Why are you just sitting there clammed up and twisting your hair? Well, a broken bar. It is rather sudden of me to say this. That is to say, I have an important request for you. Come on, I'm just a human and can't read your thoughts. Dranitik Hanzyaka. I can't tell if you don't say it. Actually, I could tell. I just read her mind. In fact, I did feel like this would happen from the moment I attempted heart resuscitation earlier in the day, because even after 1,000 years, the vampires still yearn for her inanimate heart and the life that was stolen from her. And as I expected, the vampire made her decision and looked straight at me. Her red eyes were burning hot with the passion of a human who had caught a strand of hope. It felt just as if I were looking at a novice who got a good hand in a gambling game. It is about the heart. Using that method today, you made a heart start beating again. Yes, I also have a heart that has stopped in my body, a brazier broken from the long absence of fire. The heart of a vampire didn't beat, it only allowed blood to pass through its suspended veins. To them, a heart was merely a source where their flowing blood gathered. So how does their blood move? What is the principle by which the red liquid in them, the source of life, trickled forth? A broken bar. The answer was surprisingly simple: bloodcraft, the vampire's technique of controlling blood which the regressor had wanted to learn. Through this art, they directly controlled every drop and strand of blood and spread it throughout their body, pushing it between all their muscles and flesh. Blood completely bent to their will, which allowed them to move even without a beating heart. That was the reason vampires could live despite being dead. Could you resurrect that brazier with your flame? That was why a vampire's heart remained still and unbeating while their blood flowed proudly regardless, as naturally as river water. The concept of intense, pumping blood was non-existent to these beings. They didn't feel excitement or sorrow. Even if they did feel such emotions, their body would be utterly unaffected. Please, I wish to have a heart that beats on its own, a broken bar, and die as a living person. Their face didn't flush, their veins didn't bulge, their vision didn't narrow, and their eyes didn't redden or shed tears. Tension didn't make their limbs tremble, and sorrow couldn't overwhelm them. Be it excitement or sorrow, all of it ended as a flickering thought within the mind. Emotions unaccompanied by hormones didn't last. Over the past 1,000 years, some have admired vampires. They envied the flesh of the eternally young and undying, and even their cold rationality. The only emotion allowed to a vampire was reverence for their maker. Yet as their progenitor, Tikanzyaka had never enjoyed such treatment. It was why she came to me while carrying a millennial-long yearning, a hollow regret that couldn't be felt in her chest. As I gazed wordlessly at her, the vampire smiled sadly. A broken bar, a little ugly, am I not? Despite already living for over 1,000 years, you may wonder what regrets I have, shamelessly desiring more life when I have existed for so much longer than others. I shrugged at that. Nah, the fact that you have lived up to the present won't devalue your will to keep living. The vampire gaped slightly at my surprisingly kind reply. I thought you would have made fun of me. How unexpected. Now when did I ever make fun of you, Tikanzyaka? I always treated you with consideration. You won't find anyone else like me who works so hard to respect the elderly. A broken bar, am I mistaken? Am I still being teased? No wonder she seemed oddly bothered whenever I touched the subject of age. She must have been feeling ashamed of continuing to live. The vampire lowered her eyes, murmuring, I fear not death, for I have already died once. Neither am I afraid of pain, for I have suffered in every manner of way across the ages. However, the experience, emotion, and pain I feel through this body broken bar are filtered concepts, observed through slow-flowing blood. All those years gone by feel so fabricated, and the horror of it. The vampire suddenly grabbed my arm. Her cold hand clung to me like I was her last lifeline. There was little strength in her grip, but I couldn't bring myself to shake her off. The vampire begged me in a voice of cold grief, I will do anything. Please, bring back my heart. Drat, this is bad. A faint expectation seeping from faded hope, a dream that came to an end, an innocence lost. Magic. All these factors were elements that drove Magician insane. Seeing her craving for hope that she didn't believe in herself made me want to surprise her no matter what. It was a magician's duty to invoke fantasy, after all. I repeated her words. You'll do anything? Indeed, it is a precious dream of 1,000 years. There is nothing I would not do. If so, I got up from my bed, and the vampire's gaze followed me. Sitting on a chair, her head only came up to my waist. I tidied up the bed, then slapped the hard mattress before giving her an order. Bare your chest and lie down here. Her eyes flinched as if she never predicted such a response. Lie down, with my chest bare? That ice a broken bar. Didn't you say you'd do anything? That attitude, that look in her eyes, that face of someone who had found hope in desperation. It was familiar. My mouth watered as if I had spotted a tasty meal. My senses as a back alley card player were shouting that I had caught a sucker who had drawn a lucky hand and was ready to raise the bidding under my lead. An easy mark I could fleece the non-living daylights out of. My reputation as a gambler would cry if I let a lamb like this go. You have to lie down to get started. Now, come on, I ordered her in an adamant tone, but the vampire only shrank back, her white fingers clenched in hesitation. Then moments later, as if determined, she got up while holding the neck of her clothes. A broken bar. I will have you know beforehand, whatever immoral deed you have in mind must come after my heart is restored. Should you rashly lay a hand on me, a broken bar. What are you saying? I'm telling you, open your chest, cut your flesh. I mean, since I need to do an electric massage on your heart, it's far more comfortable for you to do it yourself instead of me stabbing you with a skewer, right, Tikanzyaka? You're a vampire after all. When I retorted with a plain stare, The vampire belatedly understood my intention and held her chest with embarrassment. Just a broken bar yeah, broken bar. See, people these days are so prone to far-fetched delusions. What a bother. Sure, I'd take a look right away if she revealed it, but then she'd kill me. Sorry to say, but I value my life twice more than anything else. A broken bar, right. Since he exposed his heart, I suppose I must do the same. Yes, a broken bar. Nodding, the vampire drew her index finger along her chest. A line of blood appeared in the middle of her pitch-black dress and her white chest opened to both sides, revealing the flesh within. The white wrapping of her body was so clean and smooth-looking that it was hard to look away, but just a single layer under it, there was a sight that would make even the strongest stomached grimace. Blood foamed and fascia twitched as stark white bones glared in my face. A broken bar. Can you see well? It's embarrassing for a person to show their bare body, but when the stripping is taken a step further, it's the onlooker who gets disturbed. It seemed people weren't mistaken in saying that relationships taken to the extreme are reversed. It was the vampire was looked reluctant before, fidgeting with her chest, but now that she was showing the insides of her skin, I wanted to turn away. Why is it that she is shy about showing her chest, yet she has no aversion to exposing her insides? What tinier broken bar? Or actually, is it normal? But if I were given the choice of taking off my skin and showing my heart or taking off my clothes and showing my bare body, I would pick the latter. The vampire lay down on the operating table with her chest cut open only because she didn't die. Now then, I'm ready. The vampire held her chest as she called out to me. I saw scarlet muscles and throbbing blood through the cuts she had made. Forget speaking of shame, it seemed we had lost something that makes us human. I realized anew what a non-human being the girl in front of me was. Didn't I tell you not to show your heart today? You made me, did you not? I did not wish to end up like this either. I'll emphasize it again. You really shouldn't show it to anyone other than me, though honestly, I'd like you to leave me out of it too. Yug. Gross. Enough with the chatter. So, can you do it? I'll have to take a look first. Let's see. It was hard to make out anything in the dark. I inserted my index finger into the narrow slit in her chest and cast a spell. Lux. A powerful light flashed from my finger, which I stuck further inside the vampire. I illuminated the deepest parts of her red darkness. The vampire stared at my work as she fell into thought. It is not so embarrassing despite the state I am in. How strange, ye broken bar. You'd have to be mental to be shy about this. Still, don't you worry, your embarrassment has been exchanged for my nausea. Could you clear the blood inside a bit? It's hard to see. Oh, I see. At my request, her red blood scattered away from the light like a swarm of insects. The vampire cut herself open and even moved her blood so I could see better. Should I call her the perfect patient or should I be scared of her? Now that I can see the shape of her insides better, a broken bar gotta hold it in. In any case, thanks to my patient's active and conscious help, I managed to quickly find her heart. I could see the unmoving organ behind her deflated lungs. I reached out and lightly made contact with my finger. The vampire had experienced all manners of things in life, but not even she had her heart touched before. She gave a large reaction at the strange, indescribable sensation, but I didn't care about that. Honestly speaking, as the one having to touch her heart, I didn't want to feel anything. I continued to trickle mana into her heart and measured the possibility of the operation succeeding. These a broken bar. After a long while of poking at the heart and thinking, I furrowed my brows. Then, in the end, I shook my head. It won't work. The vampire's red eyes rapidly dilated at my flat declaration. No, a broken bar you mean? It will not work? Yes. Is there truly no possibility? Yes. None. The vampire despaired. Of course, that didn't make her heart move. Not even such great disappointment could bring out life from it. That was why, even with her deepest desire come to naught, the vampire could accept my words rationally. Magic. I continued to speak with my finger against her heart. In the first place, the situation between you and trainee Rashk is different. His heart had stopped due to being in a state of suspended animation. Although he is an undying and the structure of his body differs from humans, his body itself works in the same way. In contrast, I slightly pinched the vampire's heart with 2 fingers. She flinched, startled, yet her heart didn't react in the least. Normally it should move without needing any contact, but having lost its role already, her heart only remained as a symbol. In your case, Dranitik, you circulate your blood using bloodcraft. Even at this moment when your chest is exposed, an ordinary person couldn't open their chest like this. They couldn't hold on to every single drop of blood while showing the insides of their flesh. Though she wished for a heart that thumped on its own, I wondered what meaning that would have when all her blood moved according to her will. She didn't even need to breathe. The progenitor Tikansyaka could spray out the blood in her body and collect it again. Earlier you asked me to relight the brazier in you, right? You were wrong. To make an analogy, what you have isn't a fire pit but a watermill. Dranitik, putting in firewood, setting it alight, and living like a blaze is how it is for humans. But vampires, they move their bodies like working a watermill using river water drawn through bloodcraft. I deactivated the spell on my finger, the light illuminating the vampire's heart disappeared, and darkness returned to her body. With a face as dark as the insides of her chest, she murmured to me, "So it is impossible." "Yes, the electric shock I can use is no more than a spark. If you set fire to firewood, it'll light up, but against water, it'll only give a brief sting." The intelligent vampire understood my words and was dismayed. She had gotten her hopes up for the first time in centuries, only for it to fall. It was extremely hard on her, no doubt. But even that emotion blinked out in a moment. That was how feelings were to a vampire. She impassively accepted the failure and shook off the last of her lingering regret. "If so, could you try it once, just once? Even if it is useless, I want to make sure of it." "Well, I suppose why not? Dead people get their wishes heard. May as well do the same for someone moving even after death." "Ha ha, just the right saying for this moment." The vampire smiled faintly. I smiled in return as I drew mana from my elbow and cast the state-standard magic of channeling lightning bolt. The brief electric shock continuously stimulated the vampire's heart. I could feel it convulse at the tip of my finger, twitching and twitching. Blood overflowed from the pressure for a moment. It was, so to say, more like a mechanical reaction than cardiac resuscitation. Human muscle spasmed when in contact with electricity, and in the vampire's case, it just happened to be her heart. I tried to take my finger away without any thought. At that moment, though, the vampire hastily gripped my hand and pulled it. I couldn't react as my hand slipped into her chest. I felt the pulpy sensation of living flesh. Just as I was about to freak out, a broken bar it thumped. "What?" The vampire looked astonished yet at the same time delighted as she cried out to me. "I felt something. I am certain of it. It was just a second, but my heart thumped." "Well, that's because of the electric shock." "A broken bar, yes. It was merely a moment, but it bounced on its own." "There's a broken bar." "My heart a broken bar." She clutched my hand, not letting go as if it were hope. It seemed like she was trying to outright keep it inside her, so worried that I might run. "Will it truly not work?" The heart, my heart a broken bar, but her being a vampire made no difference. Reality was cruel. As my remnant mana disappeared and her excited heart slowly settled, regaining stability, the vampire's hope also dropped back down. Her heart gradually stopped moving between the blood flowing in her, and her grip on my hand weakened. As I quietly pulled my arm out, her slack fingers caught on my wrist. I held her hand gently. "It can't be helped. A broken bar, so it appears." The vampire touched her chest as she got up, hiding regret, sorrow, and deep-seated resignation beneath her flesh. She lightly pushed the cut in her chest shut with her fingers. The wound healed in an instant, and her skin became as immaculate as it was before. I thought it would happen this time, but it seems hope still vanishes from my fingers as ever. Has my hand grown so ridiculously large, or is hope such a small, fine thing? Is it not for me to have a broken bar? Not even now, Even her feelings didn't persist. That glitter of emotion was washed away along with her cold blood. The vampire cleared her thoughts neatly and spoke as if to comfort me instead. "Do not mind. I am accustomed to failure. What cannot be helped, cannot be helped." "What? Mind me? What regret would I have? I only tried to help in good faith and then gave up at the impossibility of the task. I'm not an idiot who thinks service is a duty. It's a shame for you, trainee Tikhanzyaka, but me, I don't think anything of it, all right?" As usual, a broken bar. You have such a way with words, a detestable way. Smiling bitterly, the vampire got down from my bed. She pulled up her loose clothes and tidied herself before slowly heading outside. "I apologize for the late intrusion. The night is a time for your kind to sleep, unlike us. After all, we're in the abyss anyway, so don't mind. It's okay. Tell me whenever you need something." She was the progenitor of vampires who had reigned for more than 1,000 years. I might have obtained an incredible reward if I made her heart beat again, but that was beyond my ability. Even if I could read minds, even if I were the best gambler of the back alleys, it wasn't possible to create a winning hand out of nothing to win the pot. It was a natural thing which I didn't need to be sorry about. What mattered was what I was going to get from this point onward. That was all. "I'll even give you a heart massage, occasionally." I raised my finger slightly, trying to remember what it touched along with the hope I felt minutes ago, but only occasionally. Yes, a broken bar. The outcome was a bit of a letdown, but it was worth the bonding opportunity. I gazed at the vampire leaving my room with a content smile. A few days ago, I discovered the vampire's secret desire and tried to fulfill her yearning, only to fail. Still, I was greatly satisfied that I could at least create a link between us. It was a big step forward in my relationship building in Tantalus, a broken bar, or so I used to think. "Could you give me a minute?" Again, familiarity with a person didn't necessarily make you happy to see them. In fact, it was likely to get you weary or irritated. Recently, the vampire had been looking for me in my room or at the cafeteria, which was giving me a headache. There was only one reason behind her behavior. I puckered my face as I retorted to the vampire, "That's an addiction, you know, an addiction, but it is not very hard for you. Even so, coming to me every time I'm taking a break after a meal is a beater broken bar. You just put your finger in, I will do the rest." It seemed like she wasn't going to listen to any persuasion. I nodded with a sigh. The vampire looked like she expected my response as she untied her collar and approached me. To someone looking from afar without knowing the situation, this would have made for a hugely enviable sight. Imagine a head-turner of a beauty who would always glow as she dragged you to a secluded place and pulled your hand to her chest. "Only a broken bar here." Quickly, she opened her flesh instead of her clothes to non-metaphorically pull your hand inside her, which may give a different idea of how it feels. I put my finger deep between the slit in her flesh. Now I could find the way to her heart without even looking. I skillfully navigated her insides while musing over this unwelcome change in me. Bolt, lightning ran through my finger into the vampire's heart. No matter how weak it was, the spell was cast at point-blank range and was potent enough to stop a heart. But the target was a vampire whose vitals had long ceased. To her, this electric shock was a pleasant stimulus that invoked nostalgia. HFF. Haha, broken bar. A flush rose on the vampire's cheeks as her electrified heart furiously pulsated with blood, so much blood that her ivory-pale complexion changed. Struck with the pleasure of a different genre, she gripped my arm with a sweet moan and clung to me with her body, yet I hardly felt any weight from her. The vampire enjoyed the sensation in her body for a long while and fully leaned against me. "A broken bar. You are growing more and more a broken bar skillful. Humans are creatures of learning. We're getting used to each other. Thank you, a broken bar. Please do the same next time. Could you go easy on me? It's a bother. Where did all your respect for elders go? Now you do not even pretend." "Well, I didn't think you'd come so often. I'm pretty sure I told you not to show your heart to anyone. You don't care about it now, do you?" "I am already dead. I could put my heart out and suffer no harm. So why do you say that?" The vampire tried to prove her point by doing exactly what she said, but I hastily reached out to stop her. She smirked as she took my hand off and fixed up her clothes. Besides, I only show it to you. Be proud. Oh please, that's not exactly welcome either, alright? I want to respect the elderly, not do labor. Everyone regardless of age or gender hates extra labor. If so, what if there is a reward? I shall give you gold I have been keeping. Forget it. You can't trust gold from before the alchemic revolution. They're about as valuable as pretty pebbles you find rolling about the ground. Aya, it seems the times have moved on a little too far. A broken bar magic crestfallen. The vampire held her chin and muttered to me, what to do? Broken bar gold and statuettes are about all I have right now. I do not know if these can serve as rewards. Excuse me? Statuettes? Yes, like paintings or sculptures. If there was one hobby I had, it was collecting art. The inspiration lasts only a moment, but the artwork will remain as is. Beauty broken bar. I do not know how valuable that is in this day and age either. It should still be better than gold. Could you show me once? Yes, I shall bring it over, so wait here. The vampire went off to bring her works of art. I smiled contentedly as I watched her go. Look at her, a sheep after all. All it took was a bit of shepherding to make her voluntarily offer her fortunes, and it was artwork at that. One of the few things that grew in value the longer they aged. We were talking about objects of art stored for more than 1,000 years with a vampire in her coffin, objects that belonged to a woman of absolute power who once ruled the world. I couldn't even guess their worth, but this I knew, it was a treasure trove greater than most gold mines. Who knew when something was going to happen in Tantalus? It was a good idea to keep a treasure or two on me. I turned round, mentally painting a rosy future. That guy, what's he doing with Tikhon's Yarka? A broken bar. But for now, I had to deal with that voyeuristic peeper around the corner. I walked down the hallway, pretending to know nothing. The regressor followed behind me in stealth. Do I reveal myself, or not? Criminals in the act should be caught and interrogated right away. But what if he thinks I stalked him? What if you did stalk me? Did you leave your conscience behind in your last life? While I desperately tried to keep my itchy mouth shut, the regressor made a conclusion after a long thought. No, focus on your original purpose, Shy. I came here to find out what happened in the abyss, and to stop Azzy and Tikhon's Yarka falling into corruption. To do that, I'm allowed to intervene. The regressor launched herself in my way and came striding over, staring a hole in me. So she finally made up her mind to step out. Took her long enough. I faced the regressor with composure. Hello, Drainesh. What did you do to Tikhon's Yarka? Straight to the point, eh? I shot back at her like I didn't know anything. Have you been following me all this time? Of course, the broken bar. Not I mean, I just happened to see. I coincidentally saw you going somewhere with Tikhon's Yarka, and witnessed you doing something strange. Something strange, you say? But I haven't done anything deserving of accusation, though. Gonna make excuses, are we? I saw it from start to finish, and I even heard you two talk. What the heck? Aren't you just a stalker? What the heck? Aren't you just a stalker? Drat. I spoke my thoughts out loud. I'm not, technically speaking, a broken bar. Yeah, I'm a sort of undercover detective. Drainesh, are you, by any chance, a policeman? Huh? That's not it. Huh? Then you are just a stalker. No, a broken bar. The regressor jumped up and down angrily, getting upset on her own. Then she took a deep breath and glared at me. Don't turn the subject. This is an extremely grave issue, but this is ridiculous. What are you suggesting I've done to drain Tikhon's Yarka? At the very least, I didn't do anything against my conscience. Oh, now you're playing innocent, yeah? You denying that you shadowed me is what's called playing innocent. That's not what matters right now. Ugh, fine, let's hear what matters then. What is it? The regressor thought she had me cornered just because I played along a little. Her voice became triumphant. You molested Tikhon's Yarka against her will. Excuse me? Against whose? What? You molested Tikhon's Yarka and a broken bar. The regressor's voice gradually died down as she realized her own words made no sense. I shot her the side eye with a frown. Of course she made no sense, threatening and molesting Tikanzyaka, a nature-defying monster named the Queen of Darkness and progenitor of vampires. If I could do that, why would I be living like this? Realizing the meaning behind my cold gaze, the regressor let out a shriek. But I saw it carefully with my jade eyes. Why you were putting your hand in Tikanzyaka's chest. Yes, well, I touched her heart too. How absurd. What, are you suggesting that you melted her frozen heart in a poetic sense? What was she on about? I meant it in the literal sense. I physically touched her heart with my hand. Really? And on top of that, she said you were growing more and more skillful. A broken bar. It's not a very pleasant experience. Do you know what it feels like for your hand to naturally navigate through someone's flesh to reach their heart? Sure, the vampire could bend blood to her will and regenerate herself even if she was cut to bits, but even so, sticking a hand inside her was seriously weird. That oddly warm and moist feeling of slippery flesh and squirming muscle as a broken bar. It felt like I had entered a whale's stomach. Be it blood, internal organs, muscles, or bones, humans have evolved to feel nauseous about everything filling their bodies because having their innards exposed is like a death warning. It was the same for me. My sanity meter had been draining in real time lately. But anyway, regarding whatever the hell you're up to with Tikanzyaka, I honestly don't really know. But a broken bar. You say that after jumping to conclusions in your head? I tilted my head, acting clueless. Do you really not know? I don't know, but, at this rate, Azzy and Tikanzyaka will become too heavily influenced by this man. Whether this is corruption, I'm still unsure, but if it ends in corruption in the future, it could be his fault. What did I do to deserve this? Corruption? Why would I corrupt those two? It's akin to saying that I wanted to commit suicide. Seeing how her imagination was way off, she really must not know. Then again, who could imagine giving a point-blank electric massage to someone's heart? I'm sure it's something strange that can't be shown to others. Now that was correct. I had nothing to refute it. Seeing you stay silent, I must be right. I'll put your deeds to an end to exclamation mark. Those deeds are to my liking. Who are you to presumptuously end them? Nice timing. The vampire came over with her huge coffin, wearing an angry expression. She passed right by the regressor and stood to cover me. The regressor was stunned. Tikanzyaka had treated her like a disciple, yet she was taking my side. Tire broken bar Kanzyaka. Tikanzyaka is shielding that man against me? Her eyes trembled in disbelief, but the vampire's gaze was cold and chilling. Enough. Why do you meddle with my every matter? How can a disciple raise his voice in his master's business? That's not it. I'm doing this for you. In my previous life, you suffered a bitter betrayal, which led to you joining a great war that set the world on fire. Her inner voice was mournful and sincere. She was certain to be telling the truth. It must have happened sometime in her future. It was clear the regressor wanted to prevent Tikanzyana from falling into ruin. She wished for the latter's happiness, whether it be for the world or for herself. But only I could tell this truth because the vampire didn't have the ability to read thoughts. For me? To the regressor's dismay, the vampire snorted at her words. Well spoken, but let me take this opportunity to give you a piece of my mind also. You asked for my teaching. In the heat of the moment, I took you as a disciple and imparted my knowledge. Yet a broken bar, the cold fire did exist. How else could the vampire's fiery red eyes feel so icy? She stepped to my side, reproaching the regressor. You pay me no homage, ho broken bar mage, no respect, no symbol, no token, no meaning, no nothing. The vampire lightly hung her parasol on her shoulder, giving a quiet sigh of lament as she cast a reproving look at the regressor. Even a small gift would have been fine, or even a word of thanks, a show of gratitude would have sufficed. However, shy, you did not give me anything. That's a broken bar. In contrast, this time her gaze turned to me. I swiftly waved a hand at her, and the vampire smiled slightly. She was humoring me to show the regressor a clear difference in treatment, but even if her expression was for show, it was enough to shock their regressor. While this fellow is arrogant, he respected me with words, although rude. He gave me what I needed. He told me stories upon being asked and shared knowledge when I wished for it. But what have you done for me? She learned bloodcraft, that was all. From the regressor's standpoint, the vampire was a harbinger of the apocalypse. The immortal was always mentioned as the reason when the world was destroyed, but in her previous life cycle, the regressor had succeeded in removing the vampire from the bridle of fate and made her an ally. The two were comrades who fought side by side, companions who could trust one another. As fellow people who were trapped in the flow of time, they could empathize and quickly grow close. Magic. It was why the regressor came down to this place to obtain bloodcraft and protect Tikan's Yaka while she was at it. For her sake, built her broken bar. If you want something in return, a broken bar, well, maybe treasure. A broken bar? Treasure? Does it seem I am asking for treasure because my gold has become obsolete? At present, the vampire wasn't the fragment of the apocalypse the regressor knew. She was here as the progenitor Tikan's Yaka. I was once the lord of the world. I adorned my hair with vast arrays of precious things, hung beautiful trinkets across my body, and laid layers of softness beneath my feet. I was a being of darkness, yet I obtained everything that glowed, everything except for the sun. So do you think I wish for power, covet riches, or, even, hanker for trifling honor? All I needed was but a smidgen of feelings. In truth, the vampire didn't dislike the regressor so much. She was only grumbling because she felt it a shame. The regressor didn't know what to do, though. Her human relationships were based solely on her aggressions, which was why she rarely experienced situations like this. Tire a broken bar. No matter. You only wanted bloodcraft from me anyway. Since you have what you want, just go. The regressor trembled as her head fell at the vampire's cold statement. As for the vampire, she spun around with her parasol on her shoulder. The black parasol separated the two, as if declaring the end. The vampire looked at me and spoke kindly. Let us go. Wait a minute. Let me have a word with Traineeshai first. Make it short. The regressor slowly looked up as doubt lingered in her gaze. What else are you going to say? I let out a small dry cough before giving her a nasty sneer. Standing with my legs spread out and my chin high, I laughed like a silly two-bit villain. Well, that's how it is. Hey, don't worry, Traineeshai, I'll take dear care of your master. A broken bar. Is he making fun of me right now? She only realized that now. How utterly undiscerning. That was why she got scolded by someone as easy to handle as the vampire. I figured I might as well take this chance to take out my ace of diamonds from my pocket. The scarlet rhombic suit on the card was shining with a strange light that was hard to describe in words. Realizing what was behind that color, the regressor raised her voice. That's a broken bar. Primordial essence, gahaha. You finally realized? I asked for a single drop and she gave it to me right away. Your master has already given me everything of herself, heart, blood, and all. You're finished. No! You rascal. A red fist suddenly smacked past the back of my head. As I groaned in pain, the vampire rebuked me with a frown. You need to shut your mouth a little. Why do you diminish my fury so? Why? I'm just giving back what I owe. Be still. When an adult is angry, the meddling of young Aeons can thwart original intents. Huh? What? Do you seriously want the seniority treatment? Shall I do it then? Then all this time a broken bar. He was not serious? He can do even worse. The vampire quickly shook her head, frightened by my words. A broken bar? No, not at all. It is your freedom to do whatever you wish. How can I blame that? Do as you like. After instantly making the vampire submit, I wore a crooked smile and laughed mockingly at the regressor. I can make her back off with a word, but you can't, can you? See that? Well, I'll be going now, and I'm sorry, but from now on, I hope you won't be such a bother and go nossying into other people's affairs you have nothing to do with. Don't be clingy. Alright, a broken bar. Ha 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 ha, bastard. A broken bar. Just you wait. I swear to take off that mask and expose you for the ugly brute you are. Leaving behind the regressor to burn with ire, I walked away with the vampire. I tried to hang an arm over her shoulder to add insult to injury, but her parasol morphed into a billowing darkness that pushed me firmly away. It was polite but powerful. preventing me from touching the vampire. Why is a parasol stronger than me, and how is it moving by itself? Am I incapable of beating even a sunshade? Meanwhile, the vampire walked on slowly, deep in thought. Shy. The boy has great ability, but there is a weakness about him. It is unrelated to strength or talent. Something that makes up his person is slightly lacking a broken bar. However, as to what it is, I simply cannot figure it out. We call that sociality. It seemed the regressor, whose emergency protocol was to destroy the world and escape to the next life cycle, seemed lacking enough for the vampire to be concerned. Of all the people to be criticized by a broken bar, tut tut tut, a blood-sucking vampire worrying about good character. What a joke. I wonder how I ended up taking that child as a disciple. It is commendable indeed to see him hard at training even out of sight, but that is only my observation as a master. The boy is not so friendly by nature. Ordinarily, I would never have given him even the time of day a broken bar. So why? As she followed her train of thought, the vampire's gaze gradually turned to me, blank puzzlement in her red eyes. It was this fellow back then as well. He provoked me into accepting Shy as a disciple, and whenever something happened, he always intervened and took matters into his own hands. A broken bar could it be? Active thinking was good and all, but settling our agreement came before that. Bread's better than the song of birds, they say, but you still got to pay for the bread first. I held out a hand to the vampire. Now, so what about the artwork? She withdrew from her thoughts at my question and slightly lifted her parasol as she gestured to me. A broken barrack, right? I promised you statuettes. The next moment, her coffin stopped in front of me and the lid rattled open. One after another, statuettes popped out from within its overflowing darkness. A stream of blackness carefully caught them and lined them up in front of me. A totem chiseled from jade, a marble figurine carved so delicately you could even see the folds of its garment, and a statuette of a warrior riding a rearing horse. Each piece of art possessed great value. These are the statuettes I have. I was not sure what you would like, so I made a rough selection of my own. A broken bar. The vampire's tone was cautious but at the same time a tinge proud. The items seemed to be a rather cherished collection of hers. Her claim of making a selection didn't seem false either. The statuettes looked to be made of precious materials, to begin with, and every piece contained delicate and fine details. It was a jackpot. The vampire's coffin was truly a treasure box. No, a treasure trove itself. We lived in times when even the tombs of famous emperors were robbed clean by treasure hunters. These statuettes, which had accompanied the vampire for 1,000 years, were still of astronomical worth. They were created using a technique classic yet not obsolete, and furthermore, there was not a single scratch on them. I could only surmise that the statuettes were affected by the vampire's powers because they appeared as good as new. So long as I could get their historical worth recognized, I would be able to see El Dorado itself. Wow, a broken bar. However, I needed to stop and think here. When dealing with a sucker, you couldn't simply loot the betting money they brought straight off the bat. Otherwise, the sucker would wash their hands of the game and only leave with some lost cash and bad memories. The basics of fishing is baiting. You throw the bait, gently coax the target, and give some free rein. Then the moment they bite, you have to reel them in one go. The reason the vampire was offering her works of art despite gifting me primordial essentia, albeit a single drop of it, was because she held a sense of debt towards me. I told her interesting stories and gave her heart massages as well. In contrast, the crown she previously gave me was of fake gold. She had an inferiority complex about her possessions and knowledge being long behind the times. Telling her the truth and taking these pieces of art right away was one method, but a true gambler would let go slightly for greater gain. I let my expression darken and let go of the statuette I was holding. But this is a pagan idol, a broken bar. I beg your pardon? Pagan? Like a local faith, a broken bar such as Druidism, totemism, beast king worshipping, and so on. It's a remnant of those days. All these things are considered heretical idols that are usually destroyed on sight. Hearing the pity in my tone, the vampire became uncomfortable. What? Who? Just who treats the relics of the past as heresy? There's only one place for that, isn't there? Sanctum. The messengers of the sky god are broken bar, so it is them. They truly do not help in any way. I didn't say anything wrong, merely with a bit of exaggeration. Not everyone in the world was an apostle of the sky god, so it wasn't impossible to sell these items, especially in the state it was the only country that taxed temples. With my mind reading, it was a piece of cake getting a full selling price. But, what if I acted like it was difficult and declined these treasures? I'm asking just in case. But you don't have any paintings or deity statues with a similar feeling to biblical illustrations, do you? The vampire fidgeted with her fingers. A broken bar. I still have some, although they are stained with my blood. Oh dear, my head will be wanted the moment they're revealed to the world. I put on a perplexed face, hinting that the reward she brought wasn't right for me. The vampire felt sorry because she lost the capacity to pay anything, or that was what she believed, at least. Yet again I have failed to be of much help, nor, I appreciate the thought if nothing else. I acted as if I was refusing while hiding my regret, as if I wanted to accept, but the things she offered were unfitting. I let my words hang in the air a little, adding to the burden in the vampire's heart. In the end, nothing I possess could be of any help. Hearing the quiet, short voice of guilt inside her, I smiled inwardly. It's fine, I tell you. Don't be discouraged. I didn't do what I did expecting compensation in the first place. Well, I'll still continue the electric massages. Despite my attempt to comfort her, the shadow over the vampire's heart didn't lift. It is because I am sorry. I never thought to give meaning to riches, but after all those years, I feel the sentiment was a futile one. For though I may go unchanged, everything I have is wasted away by time. I've already gotten your primordial essence. I've received plenty enough, so don't mind it. However, a broken bar, come on, it's fine, I say. Good. Since I had burdened her enough, it was time to let her loose a little. I grinned and raised my index finger. Now, let's stop the depressing talk. I'll give you a massage instead. Please open your chest. If you spread it for me with both hands, I'll insert my finger deep inside and ejaculate a load of my mana. The joke was blatant enough for an idiot to understand. The vampire's apologetic melancholy was wiped off her face, replaced by a grimace. Could you choose your words a little? You make it sound so discomfortingly obscene. Then shall I describe it seriously? Now then, let's see. Your ribs and fascia are tightly wrapped around your heart. I need to flip your lungs, but I can't get the angle. So could you move it slightly? 1 second, I feel sick. A broken bar. Ha, I simply cannot best you in words. No matter, do as you will. I had eased up the atmosphere enough. The vampire smiled wryly and promptly opened her chest. Not long after, she fixed up her clothes with a red face as she went away, leaving behind a request for another massage next time. Once she was gone, I sighed deeply. The finger I channeled lightning through was quivering. A heart massage to easily win the vampire's favor. A broken bar. It was all good, except that it was harmful to my mental health. It felt like that squelching sensation still remained on my finger. Sure, I could look into minds, but that didn't mean I wanted to view the insides of natural science. Today I cooked meat, but I felt so nauseous every time I saw the red stuff that I couldn't manage to eat it, so I gave it to Azzy instead. The dog girl woofed happily, clueless to my feelings. This is an emergency. Get up at once. It came like an ambush in the night, so quietly that I couldn't hear even a footstep. By the time I realized, the thing devoid of breath, warmth, and life Evina was already next to me. This is an emergency. Get up. At a broken bar. 3 attempts have been made in failure. Based on inductive logic, it is determined that further repetitions will be meaningless. Something came to me, murmuring to itself in a voice as faint as it was small. Was it a fairy that visited people in their sleep? But this fairy didn't seem capable of flying, seeing how it tried and failed to hop up a bed that was only knee-high. I ignored the small sounds and returned to sleep. Not even old Santa could disturb my slumber, let alone a tooth fairy. If there was something it wanted, I wished it would quickly solve it on its own and go away while I slept. A broken bar. In accordance with the emergency response manual, The forced waking protocol will be activated. I heard a sound of air being sucked in, and a ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra, yeah. Magic. I kicked off my blanket and shot up at the deafening siren rocking my eardrums. As I lowered my gaze, trying to calm my surprised heart, I saw a pair of dimly shining crystal orbs looking up at me. The golem? This is military state signaler Captain Abby speaking. Due to an urgent situation, it was necessary to you dare to ruin my sleep? I'll put an end to that old model of yours today. It's time to go back to the scrapyard. Trainee shy, a golem here has escape! The golem kicked my shin with all its might. The attack occurred far below my eye level, and unable to read the golem's thoughts, I could neither dodge nor resist. Worse still, it was made of steel which was several times harder than my poor body. The clash between a shin and other objects is an honest battle in which only hardness and solidity determined victory. In other words, my eyes snapped open at the intense pain, arg, and my jaws stretched wide as I clutched my shin. Collapsing on the bed as I shed a trickle of tears, I glared at the golem with rage, resentment, and agony. The golem fixed the frame of its leg, twisted from the recoil of the kick, with creaking arms and looked at me. There is no time. This is a warning. Respond immediately. To what? What the hell made you wake someone in the middle of the night? It is an intruder. Someone is trying to break in. Huh? An intruder? I thought over the golem's words for a second. So someone was trying to infiltrate Tantalus right now, and the golem detected that, which was why it wanted me to stop it happening. An intruder breaking into a residence was, in ordinary circumstances, a nerve-wracking situation, but I couldn't feel any of the tension I should naturally feel. I held onto my sore leg and lay back on the bed. Aren't you mistaking it for a person in distress? Seems to me that whoever it is took a bad tumble, breaking into Tantalus. Now that was no different from trying to swim in the sky or grilling fish in the water. The combination of subject and verb just didn't match. Why would anyone invade a place that was a one-way dead end and also had nothing to steal? What? It's not the resistance again or the like, is it? If it's the resistance again, then the state's incompetent, I tell you, for real. Of course, the possession of bombs could be an exception to the logic. With explosives, humans could fly in the sky, and meat could cook in water. It solved most things you would think impossible. So if there's something standing in your way and you have a bomb beside you, try using it. It is impossible to tell the intruder's intentions as he is carrying nothing. However, the unknown is what makes the matter more urgent. Nothing? Since the night lights are on, it must be night outside too. Oh, it's nothing. It must be like that one famous philosopher's phrase, falling because he was too busy looking at the stars above to watch his feet. Let's just pray for their soul. A broken bar. It is not possible to break into this place by simply falling. He must have thrown himself into the abyss with the intention of coming here. No, like I said, that doesn't make sense. Who the heck has any business here? I'll be having a meal if he comes, so come and call me then. At my nonchalant attitude, the golem stopped talking and began to examine me slowly. I narrowed my eyes and leered back, engaging in a brief staring contest. I won. A broken bar. You are good at these negotiations. I presume you will not move unless given the appropriate information. Say what? Permission granted. By raising your threat level by 1, I will temporarily elevate your information access rights. I mean, for what exactly? Why was it arbitrarily raising my threat level? The hell was it on about? I just couldn't be bothered getting up. That was a broken bar. Tantalus is the abyss, a place completely separated from the surface. It is impossible to reach by ordinary means. Ordinary means? Falling. Falling normally will only result in being lost to the abyss. One cannot determine the coordinates of Tantalus through that method. Since when was falling a common and ordinary means of transportation, historically speaking? Crashing a fast and easy one-way ticket to heaven, you know? Now that was a little different from the common sense I knew. That's the military state for you, an insane country that exploited even common sense. Hang on, but I was thrown into the abyss under normal restraints. A broken bar? Ooh, I get it. So that wasn't ordinary, was it? A broken bar. If you have understood, I shall move on. The golem hastily stopped my words and continued its report. By nature, Tantalus is a location that is impossible to reach without the permission of the state. As such, despite being a security level 5 facility, there are no security measures in place at the prison entrance. The state did wrong then. How could they be so complacent when they call it an important facility? Tut tut. A broken bar. In any case, I heard something snap just now. Hope it wasn't a circuit breaking in the golem. Approximately 7 minutes ago, during my extensive monitoring of Tantalus, I identified that the illusion covering the entirety of the abyss had been broken. Immediately afterward, I came to you, the only usable personnel available. The intruder is heading right for this place and is expected to arrive in roughly 3 minutes. So, what should I do? Remove the threat, if possible. Come on, why are you people so bent on murder? Does it make you antsy to not kill for a day? Always about killing when something happens. It was like that with the Undying, and now, the guy falling in here. I waved a hand aversely. A good citizen like me taking the life of another? I can't even kill a dog. Don't be ridiculous, please. Question: if so, then how did you handle those resistance members? Well, they pushed their own necks against a steel blade, trying to fight Trainee Cheyenne, showing off a rosary in front of Trainee Tikamzyaka, a twisted, high-quality suicide. Yeah? Though well, if they thought about living in the first place, they wouldn't have dropped down here carrying explosives. Whatever the case, since a guest had come, I had to go and meet him. Reading his purpose here and pre-measuring whether I could use him would make things easier down the road. If the guy seemed hopeless, then I'd have to use the regressor and vampire to kill him. And since I was going to go anyway, it was a small benefit to get some information out of the golem. I equipped my clothing packet and got ready to leave. Now, I'll go have a look. Stay here and wait. The golem grabbed my pants in an urgent manner. Please take this unit along. I have a duty to observe anomalies within Tantalus. Don't wanna cause it's heavy. You are a laborer assigned to Tantalus and are thus obliged to follow the instructions of the action officer, namely myself. If you do not wish to be penalized for insubordination, I ask that you execute my orders. Did you think I'd listen if you spoke so stiffly? I feel so hurt that I can't find the strength to even lift the golem. As I complained in a theatrical way, the golem realized threats were no longer effective. A broken bar. What do you want? Be forewarned that it is a felony to demand material compensation from a soldier on duty. I don't intend to get anything out of a golem. Let's have you act charming for a bit. In a cute way. I want you to lisp like a wee little kid, if possible. A broken bar. The time? A broken bar. Since there's no time, you'll have to hurry so we won't be late. Now then, how did you want me to take you? On a shoulder ride? Or a piggyback? A broken bar. I heard something grinding from the golem. Did it have a broken frame somewhere? How worrisome. Regardless, I whistled leisurely. About 3 whistles later, the golem replied through clenched teeth. A pig. A broken bar. Back. A broken bar if you please. Come on, you sounded a little rigid at the end. Even if a golem's body is hard, at least your heart has to be soft. Snap. I heard something like a stalk breaking over the golem's microphone. Then it made some unknown noise, followed by a shaky voice. Piggy, back. A broken bar please. A broken bar. Drop. A broken bar. I never asked for the big bro treatment. Still, it's much better to hear you soften your tone. So wonderful to get along. In any case, my dear little sis was asking for a favor. I had to hear her out. I picked up the golem and sat it down behind my neck. She had asked for a piggyback, but then I was afraid she couldn't see. It was a small show of consideration on my part. With the golem's legs dangling over my shoulders, I started along the hallways. Oh, just for your information, I carried out the state's orders, all right? It's not like I handed over a bribe or anything. If you penalize me for this, then you'd be the one taking personal emotions into your assessments, and a state signaler wouldn't falsify evidence out of a grudge, right? Exclamation mark. Is it broken? Looks like there's something wrong with the transmission. Why can't I hear a voice? I rocked my torso about, deliberately making big motions to give the golem a thrill. Then the golem clenched my hair with its hard fists. The roots of my hair started to rip. Okay, she's found my kryptonite. Note to self, rocking is off limits. Night in the abyss was so dark that you couldn't distinguish an inch of anything in front of you. In fact, this was probably its true state of being an abandoned land with no light, not a hint of warmth, nor any space to set foot on. I came out to the yard with a lamp to check out the fool who had willingly entered this place. To my surprise, I found a corpse that had come out before me. Trainetic Hansyaka, what brought you out here? Not even the blinding dark of Tantalus could rival the vampire's parasol. The shade covering her was less an absence of light, and more like the sable concept of darkness amassed. The vampire turned the red, glowing eyes to me from beneath that darker than black. It is a wonder you woke up. You seem to need so much sleep. Oh, I've got nothing to your name, shutting eye forever for 300 years at a time. Compared to that, I sleep like a firefly glittering overnight. Eloquent as usual, a broken bar magic. The vampire smiled softly as she looked at me, or more exactly, the golem above my head. A cute toy, I see. Is it a golem? She states signaler Captain Abby. I'll have to ask you to excuse her. She's a shy golem and doesn't like to socialize. The golem retorted at that. Negative. It is not that I am shy, but that as an overseer, direct contact with trainees is not recommended. A broken bar. So, as such, I hope you will understand my lack of words. What? A golem, speaking by itself without a controller? A broken bar? The vampire's red eyes grew slightly larger as she put a hand to her mouth in surprise. Hum. It must be a new technology. It is not so surprising now. Lies. The vampire only knew of golems controlled using threads. Mana communication had to be the newest thing to her. Oh, yes, we'll leave it at that. But more importantly, why did you come out? I mean really, the vampire evaded my question. There is no reason for me to explain everything to you. Is it because of the person who's about to come down? A broken bar. That is so. The vampire grumbled with a slight frown. So you already knew. Then again, this is state territory and you are in charge of it. Yes, I suppose it is impossible for you to be unaware as the virtual lord of the land, although I'm not exactly like a lord. Anyway, did you really come out to greet the newcomer? Yes, did you not tell us the other day that if someone else comes next time, shy or I should deal with them? I just said it without expecting anything. You'll really do it? I shall indeed. Though I am a being detached from time, I am taking shelter in this place, so I suppose it a courtesy to listen to your legitimate request. With that said, the vampire leaned her parasol on her shoulder and turned her gaze upward. Sure, I guess the vampire was sensitive to this sort of etiquette. Being an old person, she would try to do her duty for guests. But was that all? I slowly read the vampire's thoughts, then grinned. That's not all there is to it, is there? A broken bar. Are you suspecting my words? Suspecting? Certainly, I do feel a bit of suspicion in me somewhere. That's why I came out upon sensing an outsider. However, I had a talent for reading minds and discovering secrets. If my mind-reading ability became known, everyone would become wary of me. No one would welcome someone capable of exposing their dirty linen as easily as opening a curtain. People might take the initiative of killing me instead, and that was why I developed a slightly different kind of skill. As you know, you are a vampire, Trainetic Hansyaka. Your ability to detect blood encompasses the entirety of Tantalus. Actually, you possess such incredible power that you can outright dominate blood as long as it's not inside a person's body. But in other words, if it isn't flowing outside, you can't sense it with such perfection. Like with me or the undying trainee Rashk, for example, the skill to disguise the information I gain through mind reading as a result of deduction. That's why I used to do a bit of detective work. All kinds of customers would come to me. They employed me to expose the dirty laundry of others. Incidentally, my most frequent client request was dealing with adulterers. So the fact that you already know about the intruder, Trainetic Hansyaka, leaves two possibilities. I think the falling intruder is bleeding, or rather vampire appeared composed, but she was merely turning away from the oncoming truth. I shrugged casually and let her have the truth I got from her thoughts. A is a vampire moving their body by the power of the progenitor. The person falling down here right now was none other than a vampire. A vampire coming here? I doubted it was to avoid the sunlight. There were many shady places to take shelter in these days, after all, so that left only one reason for a vampire's blood to be attracted here, the progenitor Tikanzyaka. The vampire had come in search of her mighty blood, no doubt about it. I tried to delay the truth from being revealed, inevitable though it was, but alas, a broken bar. The vampire sighed slightly. I have a favor to ask. Don't worry, I have no prejudice against vampires. If I did, would I have treated you so unreservedly like this in the first place? As long as the vampire coming down right now doesn't try to kill me, I won't try to kill them. A broken bar. It feels like you have entered my mind. The vampire smiled warmly at my eloquent response. Thank you for understanding. Don't mention it. There's a vampire I know, and she's a surprisingly good neighbor. You cheeky fellow. She chuckled brightly before looking up again, waiting for the still falling vampire. It was a warm ending that satisfied even the vampire's heart. But as with all beautiful stories, what came next was head-splitting hardship and pain. Who are you to make arbitrary decisions? Out of the vampire's sight, the golem was pulling at the hair behind my ears, swallowing the scream that almost burst out of me. I reached behind to pull off the golem's arms. You think I get to decide? It's the progenitor who does. She is the progenitor, the beginning of all vampires, their ruler, the true master of the 5 vampiric forces including the Duchy of Lord Sanguine. Are you going to let them meet? I mean, what do you want me to do? Stop them? Me and what army? Jump in there and persuade the progenitor. Say what? If you cannot, then relay my words down to the last letter. That alone will silence the progenitor. Really now, if it's so important, why didn't they do it? What were they hoping for from a mere laborer? I started walking even as I grumbled. All right, I'll at least lend a hand, but if you so much as suggest I slay the vampire or something, I swear, military state be damned, I'll just dunk you in water. Ending this matter on a good note comes first, because unlike you, I am the actual person in charge of this place. With the golem hanging to my head, I furtively went near the vampire, and like her, looked at the sky waiting for the intruder who would soon fall. But time passed on and on. The fall seemed to take time, or maybe a certain procedure was necessary because the intruder was far past their expected arrival. Like children waiting for shooting stars, the vampire and I simply stared quietly upward with outstretched necks. As the silence grew long, I heard a sentimental voice under her parasol. In the distance past, it was my joy to gaze into the sky at night. I gave a casual reply to that. It's the same now. A lot of people enjoy doing that these days too. Yes, regardless of past or present, the sky is beautiful as ever, I am sure. The starry horizons of the night back then were like the galaxy itself flowing. I would keep watching, on and on, oblivious to time, for the night was the only time I could view the heavens unconstrained. But when the night ended, against my belief it would last forever, the sun god from yonder would lift his resting head from the arm of Mother Earth, and I would hide under the earth to escape his brilliant rays. Where the hell did that come from? I listened quietly, rendered speechless by her 12th century teen sentimentality that would make even a 12-year-old girl blush. If anything, it was a relief that the vampire didn't particularly expect a response from me. She just wanted her emotion to drift away in the wind. We merely desired to live, yet we had no dignity. We could not raise our heads and proudly face the light, even if we were demanded to come out and receive rightful judgment. If that judgment was carried out in the town square of noon, we had to flee. Ultimately, we survived, but we could not stand tall. The beginning of vampires, the Queen of Shadows. At one time, she took pity on the dying and turned them into vampires, but now she sympathized with her kindred who were born that way, and such feelings, such guilt borne by poor parents would only chase itself in circles. Why did I give birth to you? Was it the right thing to bring you into this world that offers nothing but pain? Is it a blessing or a curse to grant a life where you must run, be chased, and hide? Would it have been better for the both of us were you not born instead? Good parents feel guilty to be pained by such thoughts and feel pained again by that guilt, and the more they hurt, the more their guilt swells, like a self-consuming fire. Their emotions taint their body dark, they wail in endless pain to not lose themselves in the gap between truth and reality. That was how the progenitor Tikan's felt. The sin of creation tormented the small goddess of the black parasol, the sin of birthing the beings called vampires. A broken bar. I thought I would feel better if I could not see the sky. It is why I willingly entered this place, yet after coming here, it is the sky I miss. How ironic. At that moment, something flashed in the starless abyss. A blinking indicator light was getting closer and closer. The approaching light was nothing to appreciate. It was too artificial to be called a shooting star. It looked like something was falling. How miserable. And then the intruder dropped to the ground. Apparently, the intruder hadn't worn their parachute properly. The blinking light was still coming closer, but before it arrived, I heard a heavy crash landing. Something, like blood, splattered on my feet from a few steps away. Neither the vampire nor I worried, though. If whoever it was turned out to be what I thought, the crash wouldn't even count as an injury. This was a vampire we were talking about. While these immortal beings couldn't gather poured out water, they could perfectly recover spilled blood. They could easily heal a crack in the skull and get back up. So I waited for the vampire to stand. Buta broken by her? Why is the intruder not getting up? They're not recovering? It slipped my mind. The vampire waved her hand, and the blood inching toward her was pushed back to the intruder. Due to the vast disparity in dominance over blood, she exerted greater gravity toward it, exceeding the intruder's survival instinct. While she was at it, the vampire returned all the blood inside the intruder and even stopped their wound. Thanks to the recovery of blood, the intruder regained consciousness, and right afterward a broken bar is drawn in my blood. I am certain of it. The intruder looked up with a noisy cry. I saw a pair of eyes from beyond the dark, red in color, but slightly murkier than that of the vampire. Jubilation, adoration, worship, ecstasy. Intense emotions fluctuated like waves. The intruder's eyes snapped wide as he rushed over, almost crawling, and prostrated before the vampire. O progenitor, the vampire didn't waver in the least. She seemed quite used to strangers suddenly approaching and kneeling. While she stared at him, the intruder cried out her name imploringly. O progenitor, your humble progeny, Finley, has come to meet you. Please, forgive me for disturbing your seclusion. Thud. He banged his head on the ground, tearing his skin. Blood came running out toward the vampire, but when she gave it a glance, it returned to its owner like a startled creature. She commanded the prostrating intruder with cold eyes, Finley, explain yourself. Faced with higher blood and greater power, faced with the progenitor herself, an ordinary vampire was absolutely nothing. Their dominance over blood completely originated from the mother of their kind, be it circulating blood, speaking, or rejoicing in life. All these things were only possible under the progenitor's tacit permission. With a mere gesture, she could completely take away a vampire's control over blood, reducing them to a snack for herself. Therefore, the progenitor was something beyond a deity to vampires. What was a light remark to the progenitor was like a royal order, a divine revelation to the intruder. So the intruder immediately replied in a loud voice, "Yes, it was Count Turti who made me his retainer, and he hails from the direct line of Voldemir, the Duke of Sanguine. Under the duchy's orders to collect information, I chanced upon certain news and came here with a humble request to ask of you, O progenitor, Voldemir, the Duke of Sanguine. He was the lord of the Duchy of Mist, and the only vampire whose identity and whereabouts were both revealed. He was the archenemy of Sanctum, as well as the noblest elder vampire. He was a figure of such significance that his name became a byword for his kind. However, a broken bar Voldemir, that boy, it has been long since I heard his name." The progenitor had a faraway look in her eyes, treating the great vampire's name as she would a child's. "Yes, is the boy well? Is he still infatuated with playing king?" To some, Valdemir was king, an absolute monarch, and a ruler, but to the progenitor, who had watched over him as a youth full of dreams, he was the same as ever, a boy. The intruder was momentarily unable to accept the discrepancy and stuttered, His Highness Sanguine, a boy, a broken bar? No, the progenitor anointed His Highness as her own retainer. Right now I'm facing a legend, a myth. Get it together, Finley. I can't make a fool of myself in this glorious occasion. The intruder whipped his mind back into shape and bowed his head again. Yes, His Highness is well. As the true king of the Duchy of Mist, the Duke of Sanguine holds a position of success greater than ever. He must have worked hard. Sanctum would not have simply watched on. The Duke of Sanguine had declared to the world the establishment of a country that would completely belong to himself, and it was through a series of heroic exploits that he finally achieved his dream. Who could dismiss his efforts as simply working hard? If an ordinary person said as much, they would have been castigated for being disrespectful. Only the progenitor, who had experienced the same war, lived the same years, and once dreamed the same dream, would be allowed to appraise him as such. Realizing this fact anew, the intruder wet his dry lips. That's right, she is a supreme being, she is the one who created us and fulfilled our yearning, the one who will bring us together and lead the way to glory. That's who I'm standing in front of. So I can't lose this opportunity. The intruder's throat bobbed as he gulped. Even though he could no longer produce saliva, he still retained his former human habits. That spoke for how nervous and hopeful he was. O progenitor, the powers of Sanctum are not what they used to be. Finally, we were getting to the main subject. The reason the intruder endured all kinds of hardships to fall into this place. He gazed at the ground, raising his voice. The arcane has been unveiled, and the divine light has faded. Sanctum has embroiled itself in self-righteousness and created foes everywhere. The Sky God has truly abandoned them. Or perhaps, that measly deity never existed in the first place. Unmoderated hatred bared its fangs. Then the intruder realized he was too emotional in front of the progenitor, even if his hatred was directed elsewhere, and quickly smoothed his expression. In any case, they have done too much in too many places, and now it is time for them to reap what they sowed. Of course, it is only natural that we nobles of the night take a part in it. For the coming day of retribution, we must prepare for conflict, prepare to settle the debt of blood. War, is it? Brief thoughts flitted through the vampire's mind: sadness, reluctance, aversion, weariness, dark and gloomy emotions that were starkly opposite to the intruder's excitement. The contrast in attitude, although there was no difference outwardly, was like that of a post-war generation and a warring generation. The vampire's voice was quiet. Is that the will of every child? Do they all desire war? For a fleeting moment, the intruder hesitated. Should he answer in his own interests while maintaining the truth, or be open? But the hierarchy among vampires was more than that of kings and monarchs. A vampire couldn't resist kindred of higher rank. This difference that decided life and death was perhaps more disparate than a deity and their worshippers. Gods didn't give birth to humans and they couldn't control humans. They couldn't instantly take away our lives like flicking off a power switch either. But for the progenitor, all those things were possible. She created vampires. She could manipulate them and even end their existence with a gesture. In the end, the intruder lowered his head and spoke the truth. No, that is not so. The Duke of Sanguine and the other elders have expressed that war is forbidden unless the progenitor permits it. Buta broken bar. He paused with a smile of anticipation before continuing to speak. In other words, if you so much as give the word, O progenitor, we will prepare for war. The vampire's expression stiffened. This meant that the preparations for war were almost over. They had the weapons, power, troops, determination, and even an enemy to wage war against. Finley was saying that all they needed was the progenitor's permission to immediately blow the trumpets of battle. Such is the era we live in, a time when everyone gathers strength, readies weapons, whets resolve, and stokes hatred toward one another. All the pieces will fall into place, as long as you come, O progenitor. We lack a pillar, and that is why we need you." With that said, the intruder bowed reverently, waiting for an answer. The vampire said nothing, and silence fell over the abyss again. The two vampires, who needed no breath to live, no saliva to pass food, no heartbeat to circulate blood, stopped as if they were frozen. You could almost believe them to be a clip of a photo. Amidst the stillness as heavy as the darkness, the only thing that made a sound was a "you're all to stop them." Athagalum. It pushed its microphone into my ear, delivering instruction in a very hushed voice. "It is not yet time to start a war. The progenitor must not arise yet. This is a request. Do you all to stop them." Not yet. Quite an interesting choice of words. But that aside, telling me to butt in between two vampires talking? Isn't she hoping for too much from an ordinary laborer? Well, I wouldn't have listened normally, but it doesn't look bad, the way things are going. Now then, stop now. I strode into the conversation, dropping the gillum for the moment. I jumped in between the two vampires as naturally as can be, as if it were my responsibility. "Oi, trespasser, the bullshitting stops here. Shut your trap and get up." The two turned to me at the same time. The vampire wore a calm, settled look, whereas the intruder lifted his chin slightly, glowering. The intruder's thoughts turned fiery at the disturbance. The insolence! How dare a mere human disrupt this sacred moment with the progenitor? Does he want to die? He only kept his anger inside because he was standing in the vampire's presence. Otherwise, he would have pounced on me at once. If I were not standing before the progenitor, I would have immediately ripped you apart and drained you with my bloodcraft. Fierce hostility turned towards me. I must have seemed like a hindrance to this meeting he had looked forward to so much, and I was, but it wasn't like I barged in without any fallback. I wouldn't have stepped in if the vampire wasn't there in the first place. She was the one I intended to speak with, after all, not the intruder. Trinitic Hamziaka. I would lose in a fight against the intruder. We would bleed the same way from a cut, but while he could recollect his blood as if picking up a lost coin, I'd have to bandage the injury and recuperate for days. So, I just had to not fight. Winning through a fight was amateur. A true expert won without fighting. I crossed my arms and raised my head. It was for this moment that I usually acted so easygoing. I wiped off the smile on my lips, furrowed my brows in displeasure, and leaned slightly on one foot as if I'd lunge in at any moment to give off an intimidating air. I'd come off as no more than a common delinquent to the intruder, as I was a stranger to him, but the vampire would be thrown off a little. She was used to my light and sunny attitude. The unfamiliar would lead to fear. It was only for a moment, but the vampire was afraid of me. A broken bar, of course. It wasn't a fear of my power, but the kind of unease you'd briefly feel when a close friend suddenly turned serious. These two feelings were, surprisingly, the same emotion. I have been extremely patient. The basics of magic tricks were neither sleight of hand nor mysterious magic tools. True magic involved toying with the psychology of an audience. In that sense, I was still a magician. You visited someone else's territory in the middle of the night. Without notice, you ignored the territory lord, rudely sought his guest, and refused his rightful request. You have threatened my territory, my dignity, and my honor. I justified my behavior and tacitly expressed my anger. I had given enough clues for the vampire to infer what I was getting at. My whole being was threatened, after all. Surely he is not going to kill him? That one question popping into her mind was all I needed. It is said that enduring the third insult is not mercy but indulgence. As you know, I am quite a sincere person, and I can't simply overlook such disrespect. I narrowed my eyes and twitched a finger with my arms still crossed as if I were capable of removing the intruder with that slight movement. I put on an arrogant show while throwing a question at the vampire, but in consideration of our friendship, Trinitic Hansyaka, I shall ask for the last time. May I kill this intruder? My ability to kill was non-existent, but the vampire didn't know that. She genuinely tried to dissuade me. A broken bar, you must desist. Please. Magic in her heart, I was as strong as the regressor or even stronger. Putting aside the ridiculous misconception, if that's what she thought, there was no reason not to take advantage of it. Although the vampire was strong, she didn't try to meddle in the business of others. She merely observed things from a strictly bystanding position. Even when the state discovered her while breaking down an old church, and when they tried to put her into the abyss after failing to kill her, the vampire let it all happen. But for all her indifference to everything else, she couldn't bear to turn a blind eye to the matter of her kindred, for she felt sorry for her accursed and condemned children. Feeling responsible for their birth, the vampire pleaded with me, if only for me. Please, good. With her being so earnest, it wouldn't be suspicious to stop here. If you say as much. Phew, I did it. It would have been troublesome if she told me to kill or spare the intruder as I liked. Sparing him in this situation would be strange, and unfortunately, I had no way of killing the intruder at the moment. Regardless, I acted as if I lacked the intention to kill, not the capability, and whirled around, speaking to the intruder. Consider yourself alive thanks to how pretty trainee Tikan's Yako is. I instantly lightened the atmosphere as if pressing a switch. The vampire sounded dumbstruck behind me, a broken barbed moving on. If she were ugly, then I would have personally dunked you in pickled garlic. Whatever, be off with you now. Don't make a fuss in this late hour. Pickled garlic. The intruder was half standing, seeming unwilling to kneel in front of me, but despite my offensive remarks, all he could do was eye the situation in that awkward posture. Unable to attack or flee, the progenitor went so far as to ask a favor. Is this human? Although he doesn't look it, incredibly powerful perhaps? He noticed the vampire's expression, the way the revered progenitor worriedly looked at him. She appeared too serious for this to be a joke or a misunderstanding. The hierarchy of vampires was a concrete thing. Suspicion towards the upper ranks was an outrageous blasphemy, which was why an inferior couldn't even doubt their judgment. It's possible. This is Tantalus, a den to all kinds of aberrations. This human might be one of them, a monster beyond imagination, injected with a tardy dose of politeness. The intruder smoothed his attire. He cleared his throat and proffered a hand with the thought of being cautious. Late as it was, I owe an introduction. I am a whatever. It's still night. I don't know about you folks, but for humans, it's a time of sleep and vigilance. I pointed at the collapsed control center. Your room will be that broken control center. There'll be empty cabinets, so pick one to use as your coffin to sleep in. Don't expect to get any more than that. GRGH, never have I been treated like this before. A broken bar, but this is the residence of the progenitor. The other inhabitants of the abyss, while not as much as her, must be strong and mysterious. Lay low for now, Finley. Survival is the priority. The intruder bowed his head to the vampire before heading to the control center without even meeting my eyes. Phew, what a relief that he didn't pounce on me. If you're going to run a scam, you gotta do it right, right? The guy acted all haughty as a noble of knight, but even he turned docile in front of me. It was worth playing, risking so much to act powerful. My actions weren't wrong. While I was shivering in thrill for a moment there, a voice called out to me, "Thank you." I saw a parasol sway in the corner of my vision. The vampire was standing by my side. I replied to her in a tranquil tone, "It's nothing, considering the connection we have. You can ask this much of me." Connection? From one heart-toucher to another, don't you think? We've formed such a deep relationship. Come on, PFT, right? Let us leave it at that. The vampire laughed, then with a slightly expectant face, she put a hand to her cleavage. "Oh, just wait 1 second." Again, the vampire's flesh separated, her skin splitting apart to show what shouldn't be seen. My lamplight didn't reach the secrets inside her, so nothing was visible in her shadowed cleavage, but I had confidence at that moment. The confidence to find the heart hidden in the using only the senses of my hand. Speaking of which, will you do it for me once, right now, in this situation? What is the issue? It is just the right time, is it not? The surroundings are dark, the world is silent, and no one is looking at us. Her red eyes sparkled with anticipation. I sighed and raised my fingers. As for what followed, I didn't exactly want to remember. My finger dug its way inside her, through her ribs and lung. It felt so slippery. The heart, Then came a sweet moan following a climax of magical lightning. Hot juice's blood gushed out like a fountain, while I moderately corrected my memories after the deed was done. For sanity's sake, the vampire fixed up her skin and clothes in satisfaction, laughing gently. "Thank you, I shall return now." With that said, she got on her black coffin, which smoothly carried her toward the underground armory. Silent and stealthy, the red-marked metal doors opened wide to let her in. Only after the large coffin and its owner's shiny silver head disappeared did the door close heavily. Pitch-black darkness and silence fell. I went back to the lamp I had put down. Finally, the golem started talking like a broken dam. "What in the world did you do just now?" "An electrifying, feel-good thing." "Electrifying?" "It's hard to explain. Just think of it as a massage, basically." It would take a god or a mind reader to understand what I just said alone. Since the golem was neither, she confusedly came to her own conclusion. "In any case, it appears you and the progenitor are not on bad terms. All efforts I made to survive." The golem nodded. "Then things can become much easier. The visit of another vampire is unexpected. An active response by the field personnel is required," I retorted with disinterest. "Yes, go for it. Oh, and don't forget to reward me." "Reward, you say? You wouldn't pretend like nothing happened, right?" I intervened between two vampires. "With this ordinary body of mine, I should at least be rewarded for risking my only neck for the state just now. It is a state citizen's duty to serve the state." "What a load of garbage." I snatched the golem high up in the air. Caught by its neck, the golem flailed its limbs, shouting at me, "Cease your threatening behavior at once. The accumulation of negative evaluations may be detrimental to your release from prison or post-evaluation." "Captain, forget evaluations and whatnot. I think I'll be dead before that if your orders get excessive. Could you keep your demands reasonable? If this is how you intended on working me, you should have brought in a real warden instead. You are still impersonating a warden to survive, are you not?" "Military impersonation is a felony that warrants the maximum death penalty. I think it is a meaningful enough reward that I overlook this crime." Arguing alone doesn't justify the speaker, Captain Abby. I plucked off the golem's loudspeaker. Having lost its mouth, the golem hastily reached out to get it back, thrashing its limbs. "I'm risking my life here even though it may not look like it, Captain. From now on, let's be considerate of the circumstances. All right?" The golem quickly nodded. After enjoying the sight enough, I flicked the loudspeaker at her. The golem hastily tried to catch it, but her metal frames were too rigid for that. She struggled like someone on fire as she barely managed to catch the crystal orb speaker in her arms. It was pitiful the way she hugged the thing, as if afraid I'd steal it. After somehow sticking the speaker back on, the golem resumed speaking in a tired voice. "A broken bar. If it is within my authority, I shall give you a single reward. However, anything beyond my power is impossible, even if this unit is destroyed." I knew it. Whether it be golems or humans, a sense of threat is what gets them compliant. I put down the golem again. "Well, it's nothing big. Just send me some mana herbs or the like. I've been running out of mana using workaday magic these days, and I'm feeling weak." Mana herbs are level 3 luxury items. They are not allowed to. I tapped the golem's loudspeaker and it hurriedly changed its words. "But the item may be requested for the purpose of distribution. Since there is a good reason, we will supply it within a few days." "Great. Make sure to fill the package to the brim, please." Honestly speaking, those mana herbs are nothing compared to what I'm doing right now. After giving the golem one last threat, I turned away feeling drowsy. I needed to hurry back and sleep. Getting enough shut-eye was the shortcut to long life. I yawned widely and tried to return to my room, but then the golem grabbed my pants again. "Wait a moment. I asked that you transport this unit to the cafeteria." "What? Without your cooperation, it is difficult to return to the cafeteria with this crippled unit." "Transport this unit to Thea." "I can't quite hear you." "Odd. It was fine while we were coming here. Maybe it's 'cause your words are stiff again?" As I made a show of picking my ears, the golem stopped talking. She seemed to have realized what I was asking for. "You are obliged to fulfill my legitimate request. Let's redo that." Come again? After a moment of contemplation, the Golem answered in broken syllables, a broken bar piggy, back, please, Oppa. I returned my answer in kind, okay. The next day came, because I didn't much rest due to being woken up in the middle of the night. I couldn't wake up until Azzy was annoyed. To soothe her displeasure, I had to cook up a feast for her straight from the morning. As I was leaving the cafeteria, having finished my meal first, I suddenly heard something like a scream from downstairs. I poked my head around the corner of the wall and found the regressor facing off against yesterday's intruder, Finley. Actually, facing off was too soft to describe the happening. Finley's right arm was already cut off and lying beneath the regressor's sword. Tut tut, no wonder they say a leopard can't change its spots. Geez, she couldn't give up her old habit and cut another arm again. I let out a big yawn as I walked over to them. Wham, trainee shy, why have you cut off someone's arm again? Finley looked shocked as he clutched his shoulder. Again? Does he mean that this boy usually goes around cutting people's arms? Surely not. Surprisingly enough, reality tended to exceed imagination, although she did try and fail in my case. Hearing my remark, the arm snipper frowned as she gave an excuse. It's not my fault. A stranger came over all of a sudden and tried to touch me. He must have asked for a handshake. Trainee shy, did you happen to make some kind of oath that requires you to force prosthetics onto people who ask for handshakes? Why are you so bent on cutting arms? Do you have a hobby of gathering limbs? I'd never react like that to a handshake. Are you taking me for a psychopath? Drat, how do you know? The regressor's glare stung. If eyes could shoot lasers, she'd have lopped off my arm. I hid my arms behind my back and hastily added an excuse. I mean, honestly, you tried to take my arm as well. Trainee shy. Normal people wave their hand in hello upon meeting others, not swing a sword to cut arms. It's not like I did it without reason. That vampire broken bar, what was it again? Why does a mere human possess primordial essence? That's what he said. Then he tried to touch my chest. Aha, I finally understood what happened. Finley must have sensed the sanguine energy of his noble progenitor and snooped around the prison's first floor. Then he met the regressor and expressed anger at the likes of a human possessing the progenitor's blood. Naturally, the high and prickly regressor wouldn't have simply let Finley touch her. She promptly cut off his arm with her sword, and so the frightened intruder ended up in that sorry state, clutching his shoulder. A very believable story, I'd say. I nodded in comprehension. Still, he's trainee Tikanzyaka's guest. That's what came to mind and stopped me from cutting his neck off. Besides, that alone wouldn't have killed him anyway. Such a mean person. She refrained because that wouldn't have killed the man. The heck? Being a kind and model citizen, I picked up the intruder's fallen arm and returned it to his shoulder. As the severed parts grew close, blood came stretching out as they connected like magnets. Having regained his limb, Finley rubbed his arm as he backed off hesitatingly. What's this? How can he speak so normally with a monster like that? A broken bar. He sure is being wary after losing an arm or see a broken bar. Talk about making a big deal over nothing. Actually, I guess being wary was the right response. In human terms, I got confused for a moment there. I've been hanging around strange people too much these days. A broken bar. My common sense was becoming distorted. What with encountering the Undying's limbs every time I visited the cafeteria, and giving heart massages to the vampire who came to me all the time, I had to get a grip, lest I end up completely abnormal. After pulling myself together, I spoke in a sensible tone. Still, please be careful from now on. Thank God it was a vampire this time. A normal human can't even stick their arm back on, you know. I don't act this way toward ordinary people. What was that? Did I mishear? Then did you try to cut my arm because I'm not human? Ordinary, I said. How can you say that for a guy who deflects an invisible sword with his fingers? Hearing that, Finley cast an astonished look at me. He used his fingers to deflect that attack? That man who looks so utterly ordinary? Unbelievable. Then he wasn't lying about being the Lord of Tantalus either. It wasn't my intention, but the misunderstandings started piling in real time. I saw more and more fear in the way Finley looked at me, a broken bar, and I'm slightly enjoying it for some reason. A lofty noble of the night being so scared of a street magician. Now when would I ever get such treatment elsewhere? This was about as fun as the time I built a stone tower with rocks of assorted shapes, but just as I figured I could keep the show going and wondered if there was anything else I could add, someone else joined us, Azzy. Azzy lounged over after having her fill of breakfast. When she saw a stranger in front of her, the smile left her lips as she began to growl. Finley was bewildered by the sudden hostility coming from behind him. What is this ominous feeling? He turned around and faced Azzy, the king of dogs, who was baring her fangs. Unlike her usual self, something was bothering her because her cheeks twitched as she slowly walked over, glaring daggers at Finley. Azzy's hair stood on end, as did everyone else's. The growling of a beast had a paralyzing power to it, and facing that power head-on, Finley was terrified. Grrrr, a beastkin? Why is a beastkin growling at me? That aside, what in the world? This, more primal, blood-shaking fear. A broken bar. His body trembled as Azzy's growling became more and more intense, but just as her feet twitched on the verge of leaping, I shouted at her, "Bad girl, Azzy, leave that thing be and come here." At my call, Azzy swerved her head to glance at me, then fixed wary eyes on Finley while sidestepping to where I was. She stuck right to my side and pointed at the vampire as if telling on him. Woof, woof woof. Blood smell, him, that thing. It seemed that a vampire who wasn't at the level of the progenitor slightly gave off the smell of blood. From Azzy's perspective, it must look like a dead human walking around. It was only natural she reacted sensitively, as she possessed a sense of smell that was hundreds of times better than humans. Azzy kept glaring, her nerves taut. If I wasn't there to mediate, she might have taken Finley apart. I tickled her chin as I gave a reply. I know, that's not a human, he just came to play. Woof woof, woof. Not playing with him, not me. He doesn't want to play with you either, so hold back. What an opportune source of misunderstanding. I decided to exaggerate things a little, just to teach Finley who was boss around here. I emphasized certain words while glancing at him. Since you're the Dog King, you should uphold your dignity as a king. What are you thinking, reacting to every small fry like that? The Dog King. Finley's jaws dropped upon realizing who Azzy was. Is she truly the Dog King? The Beast King who is closest to mankind? The one who stood by humans to drive away the other races? He treats that king like a pet dog. A broken bar. I knew he was no one ordinary. He seemed quite misinformed because dogs were fundamentally pets. Even violent hounds would act cute in front of their owners. The Dog King was a dog, so she was a pet. Someone might point out there are dogs that aren't pets. Now those are what people call wolves. Anyway, maybe my nonchalant attitude affected her, but as he lost interest in Finley and clung to me. Woof, what are we doing today? Food, play ball, other play, number. I'm not playing today. Got something to do. Woof. Hey. I had built up my false image enough. Now Finley would be completely cowed, unable to make a squeak. He was surrounded by a swordsman who could cut off his arm in a single move, the Dog King who was the nemesis of vampires, and me, a man capable of freely handling the other two. The man would probably never ignore my words in the future. He'd obey me, frightened by every little move I made. It just so happened I couldn't be bothered to work, which made it the perfect time to get a nice vampire slave. As I inwardly swore to exploit the blood out of Finley, another person joined us. Everyone is gathered. How fortunate. A dark presence came through the doors of the underground. Undulating darkness slowly carried over a pitch-black coffin, on which the vampire was riding. Seeing Azzy grow uncomfortable again, I kept a tight hold on her while greeting the vampire. Oh, good morning. I see you've woken early today. Yes, good day. I have come just in time. Since you are all gathered here, I will not need to go looking for anyone. The vampire swept her gaze around everyone from her coffin before lifting her chin high and gathering her hands. We stopped talking and began to look at her. Something about her small gestures and the way she gave everyone a look made us momentarily forget ourselves and stare at the vampire. It felt like she inherently knew how to command attention. Innate charisma, should I call it? She maintained a subtle presence even without having to act by calculation. It was like how an incense candle burned. You wouldn't notice it for some time, but its fragrance would reach you eventually. It was also like how music would hold conversations as people took a minute to appreciate it. The vampire's presence was faint yet commanding. Before we knew it, everyone was focusing on her lips and gestures. Woof woof. Not playing, like I always say, as he isn't a person, she's a dog. Anyway, after grasping our attention, the vampire began to speak. News that must travel far requires many listeners. Hearken, Finley. I shall answer your plea of yesternight. Her voice and tone were unchanged, no different from the usual, yet her words struck me like a queen's decree. Finley fell to his knees, looking utterly impassioned. Yes, your humble progeny Finley is delightfully honored to hear your command, O progenitor. Please allow me to listen. As both the regressor and I watched the situation with bated breaths, the vampire gazed down at Finley and handed a declaration. Yesternight, you begged me to permit war. Here is my answer to that. I will gladly accept your word. Whatever the decision, I shall retain silence. Finley neither showed disappointment nor lament. He merely accepted the outcome with a lowered head. He must have fallen down here in anticipation of a glorious crusade. The best future he pictured was returning to the surface with the progenitor, while the worst was becoming lost to the abyss. To reach the best-case scenario, Finley had braced himself for the worst as he took the fall, but even though his hope was shattered, he didn't seem disappointed in the least. In fact, a broken bar I will accept. Thank you for giving an answer. He was simply thrilled to be given an answer alone. There was no need to persuade vampires of lower ranking or be considerate of them. Just as no river flowed from bottom to top, there was nothing a retainer could do against their maker. They could only plead to hear an opinion. In light of your admirable efforts in coming here, I shall elaborate a little. The vampire glanced at me and the regressor as she added a slight explanation. I realized she wasn't explaining for Finley but for us. I have never forbidden Voldemir, that boy, from waging war. I have never forced my will on my children in the first place. War shall occur wholly of their own decision and responsibility. I am already vanished from history. Unless they need me, I shall not become their symbol of my own accord. Magic as you decree. As such, even if everything is prepared, I shall not be the one to commence bloodshed. This is my will, as you decree. If you accept, then return to the surface. This is not a place for you to come. The vampire gave her verdict, but this time Finley showed a different attitude to his previous humble obedience. Forgive me, O progenitor, but I cannot accept that command. Why is that? It was impossible for a vampire to defy the progenitor. If a retainer said they couldn't do something, it wasn't a matter of will, but a matter of ability. That being the case, the vampire asked for the reason instead of reproaching Finley. Finley slammed his head to the ground, crying out to her, I beg your forgiveness, but it is irrelevant to my will. I have no means of leaving the abyss. That is why I am shamefully unable to fulfill your command, O progenitor. May you take my life instead. No means of leaving a broken bar? Did you not prepare a way? There was none from the beginning. It is common knowledge that going back up is harder than coming down, but nevertheless, not even preparing a way to return to the surface? Now that is a little curious. What in Gaia happened outside for him to look for me in the abyss with no way out? The vampire's contemplation lasted long, but that wasn't enough to solve her question. Her curiosity soared, but having already made a decision, she was afraid further inquiry would shake her determination, so she asked no more. Be still. This is the territory of the military state, and they have sent an individual as overseer. He may be able to take you out. Let us see. Instead, she turned to me. The vampire named me and spoke in an almost commanding tone. Warden, Finley must not have committed a crime that warrants imprisonment. It is a mistake and accident that he came here. I hope for you to return him to the surface. Eh? Me? Wait. What? You want that intruder returned safe and sound, and you want me to do it? What, me? Who else here but you? The vampire gazed at me like it was only natural. Facing that look, I felt cold sweat run down my back. I mean, forget being a warden or whatever, I was actually imprisoned myself, you know? Since the country called the military state is the master of this place, you must surely know the way to leave. I request that you let Finley go. No really, if I knew the way to get out, I would have tried it before anyone else. I wouldn't have stayed locked up here until now. I am Tikanzyarka the progenitor, the only remaining sin of the calamities that has inherited the name of Kanzyarka. The monster that will devour the world. Peerless knights have spilled their blood before me, and countless heroes fell in their quest to take my life. Though I may have fallen into ruin and taken shelter in the abyss, I hardly think my current state overshadows my past. Fallen into ruin? Oh progenitor, that is ridiculous. Every vampire on the surface holds you in adoration. To suggest such a thing is a broken bar. Why in blazes was she asking me for a way out? I was starting to see no way out of this situation. But that aside, did Finley really prepare nothing to escape? Then wasn't there no reason to spare that nuisance? A broken bar. You are not answering. Are you troubled? If you are that disinclined, then allow me to ask a personal favor. Return him to the surface, please. The reason I couldn't answer was that I was incapable of hearing out her request. Sensing the crisis I was in, I set the cogs in my head spinning. Meanwhile, the vampire presumed my silence was a refusal and made a declaration in a low voice. If you refuse, then I intend to take Finley back myself. The abyss may be infinite, but my time is also eternal. Darkness is my realm. Surely I will reach the surface if I continue to climb. However, once Finley is returned, I do not think I will take the trouble of coming back to this place. Finley jerked his head up, while the regressor's face turned rigid with shock. Her words meant only one thing: she wouldn't come back from the surface. In other words, she was going to break out unless I listened to her demand. Shit. Cold sweat began to drip all over my body like crazy, making my clothes stick to my back. I asked myself, what do I do? I wasn't capable of getting out either. I'm a captured laborer, not a warden, damn it. What made things worse was that Captain Abby had been paying great interest in the vampire. After teasing and even half blackmailing the captain using my position as her only collaborator in the abyss, she might try to kill me if the vampire escaped. I had to work some verbal magic and somehow stop that from happening. But how? I couldn't accept the vampire's request since I had no way to help Finley escape, and neither could I refuse since she'd fly out on her own. What do I do? Think, bloody think, and find the only way to solve this dilemma. Oh, right, that's it. To take down a general, you should just shoot down his horse, right? Please wait a minute. Getting him out of here is easier than flipping the palm of my left hand. Incidentally, I've decided not to flip my hand from today onward, not even if someone thrashed me to death, so I wasn't lying. Instead, I raised one of my left fingers as I continued, but to do that, there is a condition, which hasn't been met yet. What is it? Finley, specifically, his willingness to leave this place. The vampire was puzzled. A foolish question. Naturally he wishes to return, do you not think? Then why don't you go back, trainee Tikanzyarka? Well, I have lived for so long, and there is nothing for me to do outside a broken bar. Going by the same logic, couldn't Finley be the same? His reason to leave must depend on his will. That is, if you don't force him, trainee Tikanzyarka. The vampire could command Finley to die on the spot if she so wished. Finley might feel a bit sad about not being able to enjoy the rest of his life, but he would obey the progenitor, because the blood that sustained his life and all its power came from her. Ironically, this resulted in the progenitor shunning her kindred. The vampire shut her mouth and stepped back, afraid that her words might affect Finley's judgment. This meant she wouldn't get involved in his decision. Having confirmed that, I spoke to Finley. Now, Finley, listen up. You have two options. I lifted two of my left fingers, acting as if I were giving him a great opportunity. Magic. If we take you out, trainee Tikanzyarka will remain here. You will never be able to achieve your purpose in coming to this place. I folded a finger. One option remained. Everyone's eyes gathered on my upright finger. This visual representation added weight to the last remaining option. I slowly folded that finger. But if you decide to remain, you gain the opportunity to be with Dranitic Hansyaka. While serving the great progenitor, you leave the possibility that she might consider your plea. It will be a valuable time which you could never obtain by going up. And after completely folding my finger, I clenched my hand into a fist while injecting strength into my voice. This is an opportunity. Think well, whether to take your chances here, or to climb to the surface. Finley had willingly entered the abyss solely for the sake of persuading the progenitor. Naturally, he had to have little desire for escape since he hadn't achieved his purpose. Until a moment ago, he had thought of going back if only because of the progenitor's command, but now that she had intentionally withdrawn her influence, he made a rational judgment. He's right, there's nothing to obtain by going up anyway, but here, there's something to gain, and work to be done as well. To assist the progenitor who is by herself. At some point, she may listen to my request in praise of my efforts. He dreamed of a brilliant future, picturing himself becoming the progenitor's confidant and returning to the surface together, after which he would be honored for making the greatest contribution. His purpose here was already half come to naught, but still, Finley decided to grasp what little hope there was left. O progenitor. Noticing his decision, the vampire asked a question. Finley, do you truly intend to remain here? If you will permit it, O progenitor, then I will do so. If she didn't allow it, he'd immediately go up. A mere retainer who wasn't even an elder could never disobey the great progenitor's command. However, it was because her retainers lost even their free will in front of her that the progenitor felt pity and respected their decisions as best she could. Follow your own will. Thank you. Your humble progeny Finley will remain in the abyss and serve you, O progenitor. The vampire gazed at Finley kneeling for a moment before turning to me. A broken bar. However, if his mind changes, let him return whenever he wishes. I decided to show some reluctance here since I couldn't come off as spineless. Well, aren't you lording it over me? Is this a hotel, or am I a minion of yours? Always telling me to do something. Cut it out. Will you? I couldn't easily give permission because that would be the moment she'd find out I was an insignificant laborer. If possible, I had to make them unwilling and also incapable of leaving. That was why I spoke with the resolve of damaging my friendship with the vampire. As a result, a broken bar bastard, Finley yelled as he got up, the veins on his neck bulging as he pointed at me. How dare the likes of a human refuse the progenitor's request? Human or not, your disrespect towards the progenitor, I will not forgive it. It does not matter how strong you are. I do not care if I am reduced to a pool of blood, if only for the progenitor's dignity. I challenge you to a duel! Wait, he's serious. He thought I was incredibly powerful, yet he was challenging me to uphold the progenitor's dignity, even if that led to his demise. The problem was that I was a weakling who couldn't contend for victory against the retainer of that progenitor's retainer. Damn it, how could he throw his life away so easily? This is the issue with bloody vampires. What do I do if they find out here that I'm weak? A broken bar. Enough, Finley. At the vampire's bidding, Finley instantly stopped speaking and performed a clean 180-degree spin, falling to his knees. I inwardly questioned the man's sanity, feeling dumbstruck. Meanwhile, the vampire spoke to me in a much more relaxed attitude. I see I have only been making unreasonable demands. Not even you are the king of this place, after all. No, well, again, I ask for your understanding. Forget what I spoke of. All right, well, right, thank you. I felt pissed for some reason. I stared at the source of this odd discomfort. Finley. This vampire wasn't particularly afraid of death. The progenitor was both like a goddess and mother to vampires. Of course, many people were dismissive towards both, but that didn't seem the case for Finley. It wasn't like I couldn't understand if I thought of him as a fanatic. Nothing good will come of keeping something like him around a broken bar. Wait, I have something to say too. Just as I was struggling with my thoughts, The regressor jumped in at a good timing. She began to interrogate Finley with sharp eyes. "How did you get in here? It should be impossible by any ordinary means." The regressor's eyes turned orange as she spoke. She was using the second of the 7 colored eyes, the imperious gaze of amber, also called the king's eyes. It granted the ability to catch everything within sight down to the tiniest detail, allowing the user to detect suspicious signs from a target's body or objects hidden in their pockets. The regressor went so far as to activate her power to pry something out of Finley, but he wasn't the one to respond. Shy. The vampire acted in Finley's stead, stepping in front of the regressor. "Let us end the questions there. We have talked much already. He has not even committed a wrong, so what reason is there to ask further, especially considering that you are a trainee?" "Huh? Hang on, Tikanzyaka. This is an important matter, I am sure, but I doubt it is urgent. Another day will be waiting for us tomorrow, the same as today. It should be fine to hold it off for that much time. Besides, Finley is not obligated to answer your questions. Be Buta broken bar, or will you ignore my will again?" That's not it, Tikanzyaka. Right, then let us meet tomorrow. I have something to ask Finley myself, you see. "Why yeah, let's do that." With that said, the regressor quickly nodded and backed away. The vampire put her parasol over her shoulder again, and Finley gazed at her with marvel. "I knew it. The progenitor holds a reigning position even in a place like this. I am proud to be a noble of the night." I eyed the regressor with pity. She was completely crestfallen. It looked like the vampire's previous scolding had hit her a bit too hard. In any case, I thanked her for the unexpected harvest she brought me. The regressor didn't hear Finley's answer, but I could read it off the top of his mind, so I took his answer for her. "I am sure the red-haired mage who handed me the information said the progenitor would be asleep, but when I came here, she was already awake. These people must have done it. I don't know what method they used, but it is fortunate that I am spared the discourtesy of disturbing the progenitor's rest." "Oh, a red-haired mage, that's quite memorable indeed. What about him?" "He said I was free to do whatever using that information and passed me a bracelet, explaining that by using this parachute to fall into the abyss, I could reach Tantalus, although it slipped off due to the force of the parachute opening a broken bar." So that's why he crash-landed without the parachute. Good, the wreckage should still be there, so I'll retrieve it later. I was half in doubt, but he was right. Then the other thing he said must also be true. I'll go just after I'm done reading this thought. He introduced himself as an escaped prisoner from Tantalus. Hold up, an escaped prisoner? This was more important than I thought. If I could at least get a hint as to how the prisoners broke out of Tantalus, I'd be done with the awful life here. Feeling good about letting Finley live, I dug into his mind with delight to obtain the clue to escape that should be in his memories. And then a broken bar. He added that now there's no way to escape Tantalus, and if I went in there, I could only wait for the state to take me out to Broken Bar, but I still don't regret it. As long as I stay by the progenitor's side, an opportunity will show itself in the end. Oh, bummer. I pushed my skewer into the joint of the bracelet I found. As the simply alchemized bracelet was pried apart, the gray bead that was embedded in its center fell off. I picked up the bead with 2 fingers, and upon examining it carefully, I became certain its structure was unmistakably that of a clothing packet. The only slight difference this one had, though, was that it activated independently without a bioreceptor. Unlike normal clothes, there were some types of compression packets, the crown of alchemy, which didn't require bioreceptors to work, papyrus packets for containing high-value promissory notes or confidential documents, and weapon packets for forming simple weapons such as spears, swords, and shields, so on and so forth. Objects of unsophisticated structure that had no relation to the user's biological information were sold with devices powered by mana. Of them, the one I found was a parachute packet, a device used to descend slowly from heights. Considering that this was the abyss, it wasn't at all strange to use a parachute packet to drop down. Buta Broken Bar, something's off. I imbued the tip of my skewer with mana and scratched the groove on the parachute packet, partially tearing it open and revealing the empty space inside it. I shone a light to take a closer look, then shook the packet upside down. SST. Something quietly leaked out. I put down the packet for a second to look at what it was. Dirt? It was a few grains of dirt, few enough to be counted one by one. It should be possible to dig up tens of thousands of more dirt on the surface with a single shovel dig, but in this prison cursed by Mother Earth, even this little amount was an unfamiliar sight. It was hard to find ordinary dirt when there was nothing but concrete buildings all around, after all. So that's how it was? I rubbed the dirt between two fingers, grumbling it even more and letting it fall onto my desk. With the unwelcome guest, Finley, overstaying his visit, things weren't going the way I wanted. After frightening him enough, he came to fear me, Azzy, and the regressor, just as I intended. But the attitude he took from that point onward was quite different from my expectations. "Ah, Mr. Finley, found you. Come over, I've got a small jobs for you." "I have no time for that, sorry, the progenitor will soon be waking up. I must be the first to greet her before she breathes in the outside air, for it is my duty and honor to accompany our maker as she arises." Is he messing around with me? Seriously, he is going to camp one spot from morning like that? Is he making excuses to avoid work? But upon reading his thoughts, it turned out Finley wasn't making excuses. The priority of assisting the progenitor was so high that nothing else came into his mind. Moreover, a broken bar. I am currently an immediate attendant of the progenitor, and I am too busy serving her to do anything else. Imagine the progenitor's servant doing chores. How disgraceful would that be for her? I cannot do that. Not over my dead body. Although others might think he was lazing because he didn't want to work, he was surprisingly genuine in his thought. In other words, Finley truly believed that his doing chores was, by itself, a disgrace to himself and the progenitor. Ha ha, what an absurd fellow. If I were as strong as a certain someone I knew, I would have cut off his arm before screaming some sense into him. Not being able to do so made me bitter. What, then who will do the work? The cooking? The cleaning? That is for you to deal with. We nobles of the night are granted life by the progenitor's great power. As such, we have no need for the lavatory, do not defile the ground, and neither require food nor light. We only seek blood. What do you not shitting have to do with not working? If that's how you're going to argue, then you shouldn't drink blood either. You're not the one who birthed and raised the humans you drink of. We pay a fair price in exchange, for we have the influence and wealth for that. It wasn't like he had influence or wealth down here, so what made him so confident? While I was dumbfounded, Finley pompously made a snide jab at me. Do you understand, peasant, buddy? Do you want a taste of a punch from the military state, a country that has defeated the caste system? As I curled a fist and threatened Finley, he flinched back. GGRK, I am the progenitor's attendant. I cannot succumb to external pressure. You act so privileged, yet you talk like a freedom fighter. The hell is up with that? Talk about being two-faced. Are you kidding? Do you want a flaying to keep a straight face? If I asked Azzy, she'd take him apart very nicely. Bone, flesh, and blood. A taste of the doggy death roll, also known as the biocentrifuge, ought to bring his senses back. But just as I was getting into bashing the man, the doors of the underground armory opened and the vampire appeared on her coffin. At that moment, Finley's face brightened as if he had seen Jesus. "Oh progenitor, have you awakened?" "I have, so enough of that." Finley immediately fell to one knee and greeted the vampire. She gestured slowly to him, and Finley got up to stand in front of her coffin like some trumpeter as he began yelling at me. "Make way, the progenitor is coming through." Geez, what gives? With the large coffin approaching, I had no other way than to move. Finley, triumphant about serving the progenitor, and the vampire, smiling faintly on her coffin, passed by. The vampire dropped a remark as she went, laughing gently. "Be understanding, child. He must be quite excited to attend to me." For all her mollifying words, though, she was taking enjoyment out of my trouble. I couldn't help but gape speechlessly. While I was in a daze, Finley burst out in a thrilled voice. "O progenitor, where will you be headed?" "The fourth floor. I shall teach you the places I frequent, as you will." And so, the vampire maker and her retainer slowly, and brazenly, went on their way. Ever since that encounter, Finley continued to bother me like an annoying pebble on the side of a road. "Oh, Dranitic Hansyaka, why, how could you address the progenitor with such a belittling title?" Settle down, Finley. I lack knowledge of the present times. Since I require his knowledge, it is not incorrect to name me a trainee." Finley promptly halted his words and prostrated before the vampire. "I beg your forgiveness. I could not fathom the depth of your thoughts with my shallow blood, O progenitor. No matter, I shall have a word with the warden, as you will it, O progenitor." As Finley backed away, still prostrating, the vampire held her parasol gracefully as she spoke to me. "Yes, so what were you going to say? What do you mean? I heard you called for me?" I did." The vampire clicked her fingers, and the next second, Finley collapsed from his prostrating position. After instantly taking away his consciousness, she slowly came over to me. "It will become noisy if Finley sees, so I put him to sleep for the moment. He will not even know that he passed out." The progenitor's bloodcraft was at the level of perfectly controlling even the blood of other vampires. She could cut off their consciousness for one moment and reconnected the next. Once the vampire silenced Finley, she glanced around before splitting open her chest with her fingers. Then she slightly leaned towards me, whispering, "We have been doing it sparsely these days. Now, hurry. Oh come on, you're doing everything as you please." "A broken bar. I cannot show this to him, can I?" Something about this bothered me, but I didn't exactly have an excuse to refuse, so I put my finger to her heart, albeit unwillingly. "Warden, the progenitor asks where today's discourse takes place." I wasn't going to do it today. Why, how could one who calls himself a warden laze about? If you are a worker of your country, then do your duty. A broken bar. I shall go to serve the progenitor." Finley strode off as I glowered after him. I had to say that this wasn't my problem alone. The regressor, who happened to be walking nearby, spotted Finley and called him to a stop. "You there, vampire, freeze. Where's Tikhansyaka? Magic. Why, how dare you presumptuously call the name of the progenitor? A brat like you doesn't amount to her toes, whether it be in terms of position, age, or ability. Therefore, you should know to address her with the utmost respect." Hit with criticism out of nowhere, the regressor gaped in momentary bewilderment, trying to form words. Then she retorted with a cold look, "A broken bar. What? Fine, then let me ask you something. Following the question the other day, how did you get into the Abyssal? Why, the arrogance. Can you not tell from my hints? Figure out such minor questions on your own. I am busy serving the progenitor." With that said, Finley turned straight around and walked away. The regressor stared quietly at his back for several seconds before raising her hand and grabbing Chuneng. "A broken bar. I'm going to slice him up. Don't stop me. If you're going to do it, please cut him into diagonal cubes no larger than the drain filter. Otherwise, it'll be hard to clean up the mess after." Of course, she couldn't attack Finley as he was under the vampire's protection. The regressor was holding back from disobeying her master even since her scolding, and as for me, I was even weaker than Finley. In the end, we had no choice but to watch him go. "Enjoy your meal, and don't spill, woof." As he proceeded to eat with relish, she always became the most well-behaved girl at the meal table, but all of a sudden, she bared her teeth and began growling. Normally, I would have taken fright at her aggressive attitude, but now I was used to it. Her sudden shifts in mood only occurred when Finley showed up. And I heard his thoughts coming from far off, which also helped me see it coming. A bloody smell wafted over first before Finley entered the cafeteria with a stern face. He looked around as he kicked off into a monologue. "TSK, there are not enough peasants to provide blood here. I must offer blood to the progenitor. Is there no one around to give it?" He meant for me to listen. That crazy bastard came to me, the human who was relatively easier to speak to in this place, to find a snack for the vampire. He acted like I would naturally accept his demand, and that pissed me off to hell. Should I teach him a lesson? I stroked Azzy's hair as she growled and whispered into her ear, Azzy, do you want to bite that thing? Rah. Wait, stop, I came for a fair trade. Sensing danger, Finley hastily held out a hand. I decided to have a listen first and restrained Azzy, who was ready to go charging at any second. Wait, Azzy, even a vampire like him needs to leave words for his gravestone. I said I came to make a deal. This is for the progenitor. Your next words may be your last, so think well on it. What is it this time? About blood. I request that you peasants pay blood to the progenitor. For free? Naturally not. Finley fiddled with his moustache as he continued haughtily. In the Duchy of Mist, where nobles of the night and peasants coexist, peasants are compensated for the blood they offer. Normally, they are paid food equal to 10 times the weight of blood. Azzy, aren't you curious how much meat we'll get out of cooking that body? Wait, however, due to blood being scarce at present, I shall pay in silver coin equal to 10 times the weight of blood. 10 times the weight of blood? Now that much silver was worth consideration. I instantly changed my attitude. If something doesn't go well, then get more money. That's how economies of scale works, isn't it? Hello, dear customer, welcome to the Bank of Blood. How will you be paying? I will write you a promissory note. Cash it at the Duchy of Mist when you get out. I beg your pardon? Are your ears stuffed? I said I will write you a promissory note. What the deuce? Promissory note? Even cash wouldn't be enough, yet he talked of notes? No, putting that aside, dear broken bar, how is a human, holding nothing but a promissory note, supposed to go to the country of vampires, visit a bank there, and get money? That is not of my concern. Why should a noble care for the matters of peasants? Receiving the money is your business. The vampire was being serious, so basically, he just wanted to throw an empty check. I chewed on the thought for a moment before ordering Azzy, kick that thing out and come back. Don't kill him, though. Bark. Gug, Dog King. Stop, I am the progenitor. So, as Finley took flight, Azzy barked ferociously and chased him out of the building. Once she returned with a proud look. I cooked another piece of meat for her. Still, that didn't solve the crux of the issue here. Finley continued to be a nuisance despite getting taught a lesson by Azzy a few times. Whenever I tried to say something, he'd always interrupt with a why or a hum. If the regressor or Azzy tried to get violent, he'd promptly flee or use the vampire as an excuse to defend himself. Although annoying, he didn't do anything bad enough to deserve death, and his advocate, the vampire, made us slightly hesitate to rough him up. The regressor and I were caught in a predicament. It was like having something caught in my throat, yet I could neither swallow nor spit it out, but sharing in suffering nurtured bonds. I had thought we'd never look for each other in our entire lives, yet the two of us came together in one place just because of Finley. TSK, now there's twice the annoyance. I'm going to die of stress at this rate. I have to get rid of one no matter what. 2? I get that one is Finley, but who's the other? You. That's preposterous. As I cried out in outrage, the regressor crossed her arms and explained, you guys are alike, meddling all the time, and doing as you please under Tikanzyaka's protection. That wayward behavior, barely towing the line? Also like 2 peas in a pod. I can endure and overlook most insults, but that's something I can never acknowledge. No, I won't acknowledge it. As angelically merciful as I was, even I had a limit to my patience. Comparing me to Finley? I'll take that as a personal attack. I methodically refuted the regressor's words. Look back on yourself. Meddling all the time? That's your hobby, trainee shy, taking trainee Tikanzyaka's protection? Who's the one with the master and disciple relationship, and wayward behavior? If you want to name the most wayward person in the abyss, then you'd have to look for a mirror before anything else. QR, like peas in a pod. How about you take this chance to change your name to Finchai instead? It's perfect. You two will look like a married couple. What bullshit are you spitting? While feeling the most offended she ever felt since entering the abyss, the regressor suddenly remembered the persona she had adopted. For the umpteenth time, I'm a man. Oh, that was the character she was playing, right? That had slipped my mind as well, but fortunately, I had a way to back up my words. Yes, a man who fancies men. Oi, it's funny, thinking about it. You're the one who screamed your liking for men, yet you get angry when it's mentioned. What's wrong? Are you ashamed of your preference after confessing it yourself? Faced with my sound arguments, the regressor couldn't say anything and merely huffed angrily. Don't pick a fight you can't even win. Why keep messing with me when you've never won a verbal fight over me? I picked my ears, continuing to speak. I'm sorry, but please don't ever come to like me. It might not matter to you since it's the truth, Draenei, but I really hate being misunderstood that way. I'm a thoroughly normal guy with normal tastes, after all. Don't you worry, that'll never happen, not even if the sky falls down on me. After a final sharp retort, the regressor crossed her arms again and lowered her voice. Anyway, while I'd like to get rid of you, it should be easier to deal with Finley somehow. At the very least, we have to stop him swaggering about. Isn't it a bit mean to talk about getting rid of someone in their face? That was my intention, she shot back in a provoking manner before sinking into quiet thoughts. Finley came down to the abyss with talk of waging war. He's probably the most radical of pro-war activists. Since I know of the great war that is to come, I can't leave Tikan's Yaku around a war-hungry vampire. I have to pull them apart, whether it be by persuasion or threats. The heck, regressor? It turned out that in spite of what she told me, she had a surprisingly deep motive. In comparison, I wanted to get rid of Finley simply because I didn't like him. Now that made for a bit of contrast. I couldn't possibly have a worse personality than her. I was the normal and kind sort of guy. Maybe the long stay in the abyss had corrupted me a little. I better be careful from now on. Still, you do know, yes, despite his appearances, Finley is a neonate. That's a vampire ranking below the ruling elders, who have inherited the progenitor's blood, and their elite retainer Ainsley. Neonates aren't that rare, but the Duke of Sanguine's lineage carries clout. He's still a small fry. You and I both can easily take out someone like him. Just you, not me, alright? I'd need at least a holy hand grenade to deal with him. Hearing no answer from me, the regressor cast me a puzzled look, but she must have thought I was silent because there was no need to even answer. She moved on unconcernedly. Moreover, the guy came here hoping for war. No good will come of him staying close to Tikana. The regressor froze in the middle of her words, struck by a realization. Hang on, the warden didn't accept the idea of sending Finley outside. In fact, he tried to keep him here. There has to be a reason. Well, I did have a reason. I had no way of sending Finley outside. After all, come to think of it, the state always tended to encourage and engage in wars. That's right. Imprisoning the progenitor must be part of their plan. I mean, I don't know about that a broken bar actually. Something did come to mind. I was sure Captain Abby mentioned this through her Gillam. War shouldn't be occurring yet, she said, thinking the other way round. That meant war had to happen eventually, so having the vampire relaxing in the abyss had to be part of the state's war plan. What are they up to? Can they even handle the consequences? According to the regressor's memories, a huge war was going to break out in the future, but I stopped thinking about the matter at that point. Oh well, everyone except for idiots knew the state was preparing for war. How important could it be? It was like saying there'd be snow in the coming winter. What mattered more than that right now? A broken bar. I intend to pull Finley away from Tikan's Yaka. You better not interfere. I have to stop the war, if only to prevent them from running amok in the chaos. If this man stands in my way, then a broken bar. Iris's 1/2 pound. A broken bar, was the regressor eyeing me with an air of murder. Now, what to do? Right, this is what I'll do here. Me, interfere? I'd help out for sure, but why would I hinder you, Draenei? If you think about it, the reason Finley couldn't leave the abyss is all because of your persuasion. You're claiming to help me after what you did? That doesn't make sense. The regressor didn't even wait for a reply as she kept going, fixing a cutting gaze on me. You're thinking of getting in my way, aren't you? Her reasoning wasn't bad, but she was wrong. As I had mentioned time and again, I just didn't want anyone to find out I was an insignificant laborer, but since I couldn't tell her that, I put on a bright smile instead, waving a hand in denial. Ahaha, so that's how you took it, how naive. What? The regressor's expression remained fierce. She snorted as if prompting me to try and give an excuse. Think differently. Now, I spoke up to keep Finley here, so that he'll stay close to trainee Tikanzyaka. I know, I was there too. Are you taking the things I said at face value? Did you have that much faith in me? The regressor's eyes widened. She didn't look as on edge as before, but instead, she showed doubt. A broken bar. He was after something else, but from that man's perspective, is there anything else to be gained by putting Finley and Tikanzyaka together? Instead of believing everything I said, think about the result of my actions, then you'll know there is no reason at all for us to be at odds. I hinted at her instead of being direct, like sprinkling breadcrumbs on a trail. I waited for her to pick up each clue and trace the truth. Wait, maybe I thought wrong. If his purpose isn't to stake the two together a broken bar, what if it was to simply have Finley remain? She couldn't suspect the answer she had worked to find, though she had merely followed the clues I handed, because when you put effort into something, you think you deserve a worthy reward. The puzzle you struggled to complete has to be beautiful, the solution you arduously deduced has to be perfect. That was how the minds of people worked, and the regressor was no exception. Is it possible that he detained Finley to prevent information from leaking out? Because if he goes out to the surface and starts blabbing, the forces that are trying to use Tikanzyaka might act. The regressor jumped to a thrilling conclusion of her own. She seemed to be trying to hide it, but I could see her lips curving proudly. I felt curious again. What if she found out the truth? I was merely incapable of letting Finley escape. Well, anyhow, not everyone in a state desires war. After all, we can become comrades. I'm sure of it. I had successfully eased the regressor's wariness for the time being. She let down her guard enough to ask for my opinion despite still feeling uncertain. Do you have a plan? Persuasion, to start with. Persuasion? That's all? Not kidnap, blackmail, or gaslighting? I change my mind. Whichever way I look at it, I have the better personality here. Magic a broken bar. I have no idea what you're thinking, but we should take the most common means first. Fine, leave the persuading to me. Sorry, I'm capable of doing some convincing myself, you know. After all, I'm her disciple right now. It'll be much easier for me to speak with her in that regard. She didn't seem very dependable, but since she was so strongly committed, I chose to see how it went. I did murmur a few words of worry, though. A broken bar. I'm saying this just in case, but you can't go cutting arms, okay? Even a vampire will get ticked off. Are you taking me for a psycho? How do you know? After deciding to persuade Tikanzyaka, the regressor took a deep breath and marched over to the vampire alone. I hid behind a corner not far away and watched them. Tikanzyaka, one moment, I have something to tell you. The regressor trying to coax somebody a broken bar. Now that was a rare sight. I found it hard to believe in her since she looked like the sort who tended to solve adversities through strength or money, but still, she was the regressor, a woman who had gone through heaven and hell. It wouldn't be strange for her to possess an ability I didn't know about. Let's see how well you can talk the talk. Don't meet Finley. A broken bar? The heck is this? What's with your choice of words? Are you playing the daughter who doesn't like her stepdad, who begs mom not to remarry? The vampire paused for a second before replying. How abrupt. Why do you say that? Her question was born of incredulity, which was a very natural reaction. Compared to that, the regressor's reply was a broken bar anyway. That guy said he wanted to wage war. War is bad, it's dangerous. Oi, regressor, could you demonstrate some vocabulary? What are you, a foreigner? Or is it that you never really talk to people all that often? But then again, didn't you talk just fine with me? I couldn't bear to listen further, so I decided to close my ears and read her thoughts in advance. Before I regressed, you joined the war in a mangled state. It'll be a bloodbath that no one stands to benefit from. All that waits at the end of it is total destruction. I'm trying to stop that future from happening, and for that, it's better that you stay far away from the war. Well, her thoughts were pretty normal, so what was with her blabbering? What in the world was the problem with this regressor? Oh, I think I get it somewhat. Holes formed in her logic because she wanted to hide the truth about her aggression, and her attempt to force those holes shut was what resulted in that childish outburst. I was starting to pity the woman now. What was I to do with her? I thought you would understand. Finley is a much lesser retainer of mine. He cannot even oppose my will. I know, but still, and I will not take back a decision I have made. A bearer of heavy responsibility must weigh their words. I shan't be changing my mind for the time being. I understand what you want to say, so you may stop speaking. The regressor merely nodded a few times, turned round, and returned to the corner where I was hiding. Then she evasively reported the outcome. So she says, I'm sorry for making an unreasonable demand. Forget about persuading and whatnot from now on. Use power or money to solve things if you can. Eh? I feel oddly annoyed. Is he being sarcastic? The fact that she was confused showed how miserable her communication skills were. I felt sorry for the world this regressor had to save. I stepped out with a sigh. Wait there, I'm the master of mind games, the magician who toys with the heart of man, and the paramour who does secret things with Dranitic Hansyaka in secret places. A mere disciple can't compete. I'll handle the case. Right, you try that. What? Paramour, heave ho. I'll be right back. I sprang out of the corner before the regressor could say anything and swiftly raised a hand in hello while approaching the vampire. Dranitic Hansyaka, what a coincidence. A broken bar. What in the world are you two scheming? Ha ha, scheming? Oh, would you like a massage? My fingers are in fine condition today. The vampire didn't withdraw her suspicion despite my offer. You are being too obvious. Why would a fellow who is usually so reluctant come to me first with his fingers outstretched? Not to mention that Shai is still watching from over there. She was being distrustful for once, which was a surprise. Was she the same person who promptly opened up her heart after seeing me defibrillate the undying? Did she develop an awareness for danger? So, is it a no? A broken bar? I did not say that. A little later, as in, when no one is looking. I take that back. Maybe it was because she was dead, but this corpse utterly lacked awareness. Anyhow, I've come to warn you in place of Drainishai. You too? It may be wearisome to hear, but my advice is golden. I tell you, the vampire called Finley. Something about him is off. I think you better be careful. I was being serious, but the vampire didn't pay heed. It seems I have brought too much hate upon Finley. I understand. I shall henceforth exercise discretion. By discretion you mean, I shall not bother you lads with his acts of service. He submits to my commands, so a word should suffice. The vampire presumed the regressor and I had come to her because Finley was being a bother, so she promised to remedy the situation. Huh? Isn't this fine? I mean, it's honestly a tempting offer. I was just annoyed by Finley, after all, so I immediately nodded. If you'll do that for me, then great. Wait, at what time should I visit you? When did you ever consider the time? Come when you feel like it. Very well. Phew. Now this is a win-win. I went back with a delighted face. The regressor, leaning against the wall, greeted me with a cold expression. What have you done? What? I achieved a human triumph. Triumph my foot. You only scheduled a tryst with Tikhansyaka instead of solving anything. There was no scheduling. She said she'd come at her own time. I couldn't give a damn about something like that. Didn't you ask? Arg. Anyway, since you've decided to cooperate, do it properly. And so I was reluctantly driven back to face the vampire. I met her eyes awkwardly. She heaved a sigh. I cannot for my life comprehend your aversion. What is so strange about him? I have bonded with the two of you, so what reason is there for me to not keep my retainer Finley by my side? It's the difference in time spent together, I guess. It's irritating because Finley hasn't been here even a week, yet he acts like an ass in a lion's skin. What does it matter? It has not been a month since I met you boys either. To a vampire, a month and a week both amounted to a blink of an eye. She would hardly feel a difference between us and Finley. With no words to refute, I nodded, thinking about it. You're right. A month or a week is like the fleeting glitter of a firefly compared to your lifetime, Dranitic Anzyaka. Even humans with ordinary lifespans consider a month short, so for a 12th century girl, well, a broken bar. The vampire fell into confused silence for a moment. 12th century girl? Oops, I'll be going now. The regressor was still waiting on the other side, but that wasn't the only place with a corner around the walls, so I made a run for the opposite corner. As the vampire promised, Finley no longer came swaggering out of nowhere, although sometimes, when I was chopping ingredients while cooking, he'd eagerly eye my kitchen knife and fingers with anticipation, as if that would happen. A fool that slips up with a mere kitchen knife can't shuffle cards. Do you know how dangerous that is? Worst case scenario, you'll lose your hand, so chopping food is easy as pie in comparison. The worst you could lose with that is a finger. Sorry, but there ain't no food for a vampire in a human's kitchen. Get lost. Anyway, the abyss regained peace somewhat. The vampire left Finley alone longer than before, and while that wasn't enough to satisfy the regressor, at least she didn't get touchy about it. The big commotion settled into an odd period of stability. In the meantime, I was facing the Gillum in a corner of the cafeteria, confirmed. Upon hearing my report of what happened, the Gillum sounded warmer than before. There are still many problems to be dealt with, but I predict we must observe for the time being due to the lack of options currently available. Maintain the situation until the state takes further action. Understood. Please leave it to me. A broken bar. The Gillum began to stare wordlessly at me. I didn't know if it was the Gillum's face getting to me, but I grew apprehensive for some reason. Why are you being quiet with your mouth on the microphone? What are you going to say this time? A broken bar question. Why are you taking an unusually cooperative attitude today? Unusually? I've always been cooperative with you, Captain Abby. Was there a single request of yours I haven't fulfilled? Those were tasks you rightly should have performed. You are a laborer of Tantalus and are obliged to comply with my legitimate orders as I am the overseer. That's what I'm saying. I did everything you asked except for the times we slightly clashed in opinion and needed some coordinating, right? I took you where you wanted, got what you needed, and responded to intruders falling in here. I even solved an issue without being ordered to. Where else will you find a model laborer like me? You used every occasion to make an unreasonable demand of me, did you not? Unreasonable demand? What's that? I mean when you forced me to use a certain tone. Certain tone? Well now, that doesn't ring a bell. The Gillum froze, but only for a moment before it continued to emit a flat voice out of its speakers. You forced childish words out of me, such as a opera or a piggyback, did you not? Oh, that? Come on, that was a joke I tell you. I tried to dodge the subject casually, but the Gillum's stare was so stinging that I had to add an excuse. Honestly, do you need to call it half-forcing? What was so hard about it? What, did you lose money or get hurt, Captain Abby? You only asked for a piggyback. Your command just got a little cuter. Since I gladly gave you a ride, doesn't that make it a win-win in the end? Negative. I am a state signaler and also a captain of the Independent Signal Corps. I have a duty to maintain a demeanor that befits my position. It's a Gillum in the first place, isn't it? I'd be an undeniable degenerate if I made the real you do that, but all I did was play a prank on a tiny Gillum. Big deal. Your perversity is already beyond doubt. Perversity? Goodness gracious, the things you say to your opera.magic. A broken bar. Oh, is she mad? I quickly moved on to the next topic before the Gillum seriously contemplated revenge. Ah, and the progenitor said something else. She wanted me to send Finley back to the surface since he basically came down by mistake. The Gillum stopped staring and sighed. She gave up retorting at the ludicrous idea. Impossible. Breaking into the abyss, Tantalus, with specific intent is a violation of security laws. A wanted order would have been issued if we were on the surface, but this is the abyss. As such, the progenitor's request is unacceptable. I gave a similar reply and somehow managed to keep him here for now, but the progenitor is ready to just fly up if things go wrong. As you know, powerful vampires can fly freely even in this darkness. What if she ends up going up? Escape is also impossible. The golem's answer was curt. Too curt for me, I protested, gesturing with both hands. No, she's going to fly, you know, fly up until she'll die of old age. That's what she said, and since vampires don't of age, she'll virtually keep going forever, no matter how deep the abyss is. Surely she'll escape eventually? Then I'll be shot dead for failing to keep her in check. You do not need to worry about that. Escaping through flight is impossible here in fear. The golem's words cut off abruptly at that moment. She continued speaking seconds later but in a sharper voice. A broken bar. This is a strict warning to you as a state signaler. I no longer felt the slight sense of ease from our earlier conversation. Due to the relaxed atmosphere I had established, the golem let her guard down and let slip a hidden truth. Realizing this, she grew wary again and adopted a stony attitude. I fully understand your position. I am taking a cooperative approach as you are the only available personnel within Tantalus who has also built friendships with the trainees. However, the golem's eyes made of crystal moved, reflecting my figure in those light-capturing orbs. The person who was somewhere beyond those eyes, somewhere I couldn't see, had to be watching me coldly. Should you show any behavior of attempting to pry information from me again, or if such signs are observed, then I will consider other means to replace you. This was why I wasn't very fond of the military state. Their people, way of thought, and systems were all utterly rigid, making it so hard to make a living. In a harsh world like this, there was no place for a dream-chasing magician. I gave a smile as my reply. The golem glared at me for a moment, then disconnected without any notice. The light from its crystal orbs disappeared, and its metal body fell slack. Finley no longer asked me for blood. As per the sublime progenitor's command, he completely stopped disturbing my life or butting into my matters. Technically, but a broken bar. Get cut your finger, spill some blood. I had overlooked the fact that I was a mind reader. When I was cooking, especially when I was doing something with a kitchen knife, he'd secretly watch and try to jinx me. I seriously felt like I'd go insane if I kept hearing those kinds of thoughts. It was practically a curse at this point. Damn it, why did the gremlin keep coveting my blood? I must offer blood to the progenitor. Fresh blood is necessary for a retainer to speak their mind to a maker, especially when it comes to a maker of utmost superiority. A retainer offers blood, and the maker accepts the blood, listening to the words it contains. That is the tradition, so I'm sure the progenitor will accept. I diaresis 1/2 pound. Judging by his thoughts, it seemed the progenitor Tikan's Yark had a slight misunderstanding. Retainers were utterly insignificant in front of a maker. These lords of blood could birth vampires, dominate retainers through bloodcraft, and even end their lives with the twitch of a finger. Makers were like deities and parents combined to retainers. The progenitor views us with pity. She wants to protect us. Since I know her wishes, I should be able to persuade her if I keep trying. However, there were plenty of children in the world who were unfilial, and outrageously many humans who disdained gods. Their way of thinking was also diverse. There were 10,000 ways of respecting parents, and even the worshipping of deities differed by religion. Yes, I'll inform her of the deceased elder first. Once she finds out that one of her closest retainers has perished, she may change her mind out of sorrow. Finley had wavered. When he first prostrated before the progenitor, who was like a goddess to his kindred, he had unmistakably wavered for a moment. Should he turn the situation to his advantage, even if it meant deceiving the progenitor, or should he confess the truth regardless of the outcome? Back then, he told the truth, afraid and unknowing of the progenitor's power. Although he, a broken bar, was not hunted down by Sanctum, but not even the progenitor will know that much. If she blames me later, I will gladly take the punishment. Her idling here with such petty cretins is a tremendous loss for us nobles of the night. The unknown instills fear. That's why we're always humble before the unknown. When darkness falls, we must meekly face it with a torch or lamp in hand, or stay crouched in our rooms. However, putting it the other way round, knowledge can bring not only peace of mind but also arrogance. The progenitor Tikanzyaka was quite benevolent, contrary to her notoriety. Having received her protection several times in his time here, Finley wasn't as fearful as he was before. That was likely what changed his judgment. And that's why I need to change my response. Sometimes, I felt my ability to read minds was an inconvenience. One of those moments was when I happened to hear something I wasn't particularly curious about. Like now, I was no prophet. I couldn't see as far as the future and tell what'll happen. But when the thoughts of others flowed into my mind, when my ability exposed plans with too much resolve yet too little substance, I'd be gripped by a strange notion. Maybe it was pity, or contempt. It was a feeling that made me want to help achieve their purpose because it was so laughable, and at the same time, an urge that tempted me to ruin it all like a mischievous child. An odd feeling bloomed in my chest. Thinking about it, it struck me more interesting to find at least some difficulty in reading someone's mind, like with the Gilliam, the regressor, and if no one else, the vampire, even as he would do. It was quite fun digging through their thoughts, but I guess this was, in a way, a pretentiousness born of blessing. As my pondering came to an end, I also finished cooking. After a final touch of plating the dish with hard carrots chopped into long strips, I took a bell from my pocket and shook it. Dingle dingle, woof, woof woof, I heard Aziz barking, following which I sensed Finley quickly flee from the corner he was hiding in. Not that Aziz cared about him. As she barged into the cafeteria, I put down the dish. She sat in a chair, put her face in the food, and began with chewing the carrots. I wiped my hands with a cloth as I raised my voice. Finley, who had sneaked back to his hiding place, flinched at my voice. I glared precisely at where he was standing beyond the corner and gave an announcement. Tell trainee Tikanzyaka, a class will be held this afternoon. Once I gathered all the trainees into the classroom, I began the lesson with a clap. Now, it's been a while but let's begin class. But before that, a broken bar as usual, the vampire was sitting on her floating coffin instead of a chair. Beside her, Finley was standing at attention with both hands together as if it were only natural. I pointed at him with an irritated face. Trainee Tikanzyaka, can't you do something about that thing standing next to you? Finley burst out angrily at that. Why, the noble progenitor must always be accompanied by a servant who will stand in for menial work. I will do my duty quietly, so you focus on yours. There should be no problem at all if we each tend to our duties. That was rich, coming from a guy who always meddled and went why every other day under the pretext of duty. I could only see it as him intending to hinder class with all his might. As I stared coldly at Finley, the vampire reprimanded her retainer. Enough, Finley. Finley immediately fell to one knee, acting as if he had never shouted. He showed a completely opposite attitude to her. Of course, there was some degree of ulterior motives behind that. The difference in treatment was to elevate the vampire's stature so that she would become more lenient toward him. In any case, the vampire silenced Finley at once before turning to me. I asked that you understand. He also seemed curious about the contents of this class. Understand? What are you saying? Is it okay to walk on in here as he pleases just out of curiosity? I put down my chalk stick loudly and glared at Finley. Finley, this class is exclusively prepared for my trainees. You see, outsiders should stay out of it. I am the progenitor's attendant, and the drop of blood she bestowed, at her need, I am obligated to devote my blood and uphold her honor. I am a warden of the military state. I'm the one in charge here. If you don't listen to me, a broken bar if I don't. I swept away the papers on my teaching desk with my hands, clearing them in an instant. Then I leapt on the desk and lay down. Bewildered by my wild movement, the vampire approached me. What are you doing? After calling us here too, there's someone I didn't call. I rested my head on my hands and whistled leisurely. I'm not doing class. I'll completely stay out of your business from now on, so you vampires can go ahead and play patty cake with each other. With that said, I rolled over to face the chalkboard. It was basically a boycott declaration. The vampire grew urgent at the risk of losing the lesson she'd been anticipating. Are you sulking? A grown-up like you? I'm not. But you are. What is making you act so childish? Oh, fine, I am sulking. Twice as much now after what you said. Forget class or massages, I ain't doing nothing no more. With her lesson and even massages held hostage, the vampire was the one getting hasty, feeling panicky. She was halfway off her coffin as she spoke. What is making you so stubborn? Asking someone who's sulking only makes them sulk more. And what? Do you think I like holding lessons? I put quite some time and effort into making them. It just kills my motivation when someone interrupts everything I say. Though well, maybe the great progenitor needs a trumpeter who does her yelling for her. Anyone not a fool would get what I was saying. And while the vampire was a bit old, she was no idiot. Between a retainer who ventured into the abyss for her or a warden who provided various enjoyments, who would she pick? The vampire's decision came swiftly and as coldly as her unbeating heart. She gestured to Finley, who responded with tight lips, "Go outside, and do not come until I call. A broken bar as you will." The retainer Finley obeyed her command without a single hesitation. He didn't forget to shoot a glare at me on the way out, too. Judging by his rebellious attitude, I could see he wasn't going to simply back off obediently. "You're going to eavesdrop, aren't you? Ha ha, fair chance. Since you're going, then go out to the yard, and don't eavesdrop. We're broken bar. Do as he says." I, too, hope you will not listen in secretly in an undignified manner. Such behavior is only for vulgar whistleblowers. The vampire was speaking to Finley, yet it was the regressor, sitting over on the other side, who winced as if pricked with a needle. When I looked at her, she evaded my eyes, so the girl did have some self-awareness. What a relief that she hadn't lost all her conscience. A broken bar as you will. The progenitor's word was absolute. Finley could go against her, but that was meaningless. She was capable of precisely sensing his blood from the opposite end of the abyss. After all, Finley bowed his head and left, closing the door behind him. When he had gone far enough, the vampire spoke to me in a softer tone. I apologized, did I not? Finley merely thinks too much of me, since I have sent him out. Tell us the story you have prepared today. It's a lesson, not a story. Don't just take my hard thought out class as some wonderful storytelling. Yes, do carry on with your lesson. I wish to study for once. She did her best to soothe me in case I'd sulk even more. Of course, my electric massages and stories during classes probably mattered more to her than me, but so what? It's normal for people to be worldly. You can't be a mind reader if you mind such things. Who, fine, turn down a late learner, get haunted by a dead ignoramus, or so they say. I'll just overlook it then. Actually, maybe I already am being haunted. Excuse me? Alright, I'll begin today's lesson. There was no stopping me now that Finley was gone. I jumped up from the teaching desk and stepped forward, thumping the desk and raising my voice before the vampire could fully understand what I said. Throughout my observation until now, you trainees have not shown any lack of capability in language or empathy in spite of all your bizarre behavior. So broken bar. I paused a beat before continuing, which truly surprised me. What nonsense is he getting at this time? The regressor was getting rude with her thoughts. The nerve of her. But there is something critical missing from you folks. Something very precious that any normal person has. That one aspect is why you are struggling to adjust to the world. Do you know what that is? The vampire tilted her parasol slightly. It was her way of putting her hand up, satisfied by her eager attitude to learn. I pointed at her right away. Yes, trainee Tikanzyaka. Perhaps, we lack the common sense of the present times? It was a reasonable guess, contrary to expectations. Lost for words, I nodded while rubbing my chin. Well, that's not completely wrong either. Then, it will become all right if you teach us plenty. Classes have been held too rarely these days. Are you not being too lazy as a warden? If you truly think for us, then hold these lessons more often. But common sense differs by the country, the era, and the generation. So how can I arrogantly define the absence of common sense? Unfortunately, that is not the answer I wanted. Phew, good thing I reacted quickly. I would have ended up extending class time otherwise. After thwarting the onset of additional labor, I resumed speaking. What you ladies lack, that is none other than a normal sense of danger. The regressor, sitting in that delinquent posture of hers as usual, frowned as she threw a question. A normal or broken bar sense of danger? Indeed, a sense of danger, the part of you that is vigilant in determining whether a crisis is approaching. It is this little screw that is either missing from your heads or screwed on so tightly that it's damaged your brains. The two didn't become aware of it even after hearing what I said. I couldn't tell whether they really didn't know or just didn't think about it. Since I couldn't let them learn on their own, I had no choice but to point out everything. For reference, the one with the screw turned too tightly is trainee Shy, while the one who had it so loose that it flew off is trainee Tikanzyaka. Magic. What? That is absurd, the two protested in unison. Yes, just as I had expected, the foolish never looked back on themselves, after all. Then I had to show them evidence. Now then, I'll run a simulation for you two who aren't objectively self-aware enough. I took out the object I had prepared from beneath the teaching desk. It was a marionette doll I had improvised out of the glum remains I picked up at the control center. Back when I was a magician, I used to do puppet shows to draw in kids. Once I was done with a short play and held out my hat, they'd hand me pennies they got from their parents who returned after their business. It was time to revisit that experience. I lifted the marionette, connected by thin threads to a wooden cross, and started. I've thought on it carefully. Why do you ladies have no normal sense of danger? After brooding over it for a while, I identified the issue, and so prepared a situation to reveal it. I worked my fingers to control the marionette, which was roughly a third of my height. It moved according to my movements. I made it scratch its head with its left hand, and shake its legs in a dance too. After performing all kinds of motions and getting a feel for how it worked, I paused to give an explanation. I'll use this puppet here, he's an old chap, or Mr. Chap for short, to set the situation. You only need to respond appropriately to the given scenario. Do you take us for childry in a broken bar? If you don't like it, then give me a reason not to hold lessons for kids. Now, allow me to show you a demonstration. Azzy, woof. At my call, Azzy got up at once and came to me. It just so happened that she had been feeling greatly curious about my marionette. Her eyes followed Mr. Chap as I shook him this way and that. Now, this Gillum will talk to you. You just need to give a proper response that's within social limits. Got it? Woof. Yes, even a response like that is good enough. Then start. Mr. Chap shook his right hand, and Azzy's head followed its movements, shaking left to right. When Mr. Chap put out his hand, she did the same. After catching her interest, I ventriloquized through the marionette. Hello there, kid. Woof. Hello. Azzy returned the greeting, which by itself put her in the top 50% of the Abyssal Manners ranking. I smiled at Azzy and went on. How about this old chap teaches you something fun? Chapter 60, Living Upright A1/4 Superscript O Living Upright A1/4 I could feel the regressor knitting her brows at me. Chill out, sheesh, it's just a simulation. Azzy, on the other hand, couldn't feel anything wrong as she replied honestly. Woof, gonna play with me? Play ball, let's play. Crap, number. That'll wear me out. I quickly diverted the subject. No number. I'm the kind, weak, and good-natured Mr. Chap. Aren't you a cutie? Woof, thanks. You, look not tasty. Do you like tasty things? Yup, I like tasty things. Yeah? Cute kids deserve candy. Want this old chap to give you one? Candy? Woof. You can eat? Oh yeah, you can eat it. It's a magic marble with a fresh scent and a fruity taste that gets sweeter the more you eat it. Every time you lick it, your mouth will be filled with new layers of ecstasy. Saliva burst from Azzy's glands. Excited by the mere imagination of candy, she spun in circles on the spot, crying out to me, Woof, wanna eat? Wanna eat? Now, then how about you and I go there, that shady place no one can see? I'll give you candy if you follow me. Woof, let's go. Gehu, come along. Mr. Chap will teach you something that'll feel good. A broken bar. Woof woof, feel good, I like. As I moved Mr. Chap, As he came along, spinning round and round the puppet in joy, she was going to follow him anywhere without the slightest suspicion. The regressor stopped watching and grabbed Chuneng. Skyblade art, kicking wind, a blast of thinly compressed wind shot toward Mr. Chap like a blade. I jerked my hand away hastily upon reading her mind, but because of his strings, Mr. Chap moved a beat late. The keyblade struck the puppet, thwarting his attempt to take Azzy away, cruelly destroying his joints into scattering pieces. His broken limbs hung on his strings, swinging pathetically. Ugh, Mr. Carp, woo-woof, Candy, my marionette. I had barely managed to string it together out of the broken golem. I sweated so hard to make it. Candure broken bar as he looked down at Mr. Chap in dismay. It was heartbreaking how she poked at the puppet as if he might get up again. I swiveled my head around with a contorted scowl. What are you doing? The regressor looked calm even after committing the crime of vandalism and obstruction of official duty. What do you think? I punished a criminal who was trying to lure a child with candy. Don't over-immerse yourself. Isn't this just a simulation? I was only trying to teach a lesson through Azzy. Then you should have kept the creepiness down. I can't help acting when you laugh like that. What about Mr. Chap's laugh? Where else can you find such innocent laughter? Enraged, I tossed Mr. Chap away. Mr. Chap had lost his young child, which was why he found joy in sharing candy with children. He was just a good-hearted man, as he reminded him of his daughter, which was why he offered her candy out of habit. You said it's a simulation. Don't go putting weird settings in a simulation. Murderer, you offered the father after his daughter. How cold and heartless you are. Has the vampire sucked all the warm blood out of you? The vampire interjected quietly. I have never drunk blood from Shy, although I did take some of which he spilled during training. Then perhaps this violence is inherent, this barbarity that won't tolerate even a simulation. There's no need to even see any further. I snatched up the chalk stick and wrote Shy's name, then drew a large X over it. As for the reason, I wrote excessive barbarity, aggression, and lack of patience, were broken by her. Are you mad? Are you perhaps unable to control your anger? Do you want to use violence even when the law still stands and morals are alive? Then you fail to pass. After pincering her with my logic, I casually put away the shattered puppet, but since Azzy was still sad about the candy, I chucked her one of Chap's ribs. I then turned around and continued explaining the lesson. But on the other hand, you mustn't follow someone like this even if they mean no ill will. None of you are mind readers, so it's impossible to know their intentions, right? You risk harm to yourself by following along, so you must never accept such requests. But that doesn't mean you should suddenly slice them up like Drainee Shy. That's a bit wrong. Crunch. I heard the sound of steel being crushed from the other side as I talked. Azzy had bitten down, lightly, on Mr. Chap's ribs. I wasn't sure why that made a crunching noise. I turned to Azzy, who had just realized what she did and spat out the deformed metal with a disappointed face. I turned back around. Of course, it doesn't matter if you're physically capable of chewing steel. It happens to be the reason I'm not saying anything to Azzy. The regressor crossed her arms and sat like a delinquent. Now that the stupid puppet is broken, I guess he'll finish up quickly. As if that'll happen, I immediately went out to the hallway, picked up the thing I had prepared, and came back inside. What I brought was a mannequin I had made from the skeleton of the combat suit the regressor had destroyed the other day. I had drawn a face on its visor for lack of one. I thumped the mannequin with eyes and thick lips of lines. Anyhow, since Mr. Chap can't be used now, let's use the mannequin I brought just in case this happened. Mr. Man. He's a young man with charming dimples on his cheeks. Is he insane for Rella Broken Bar? Now, this time Drainee Shy will try. Will Mr. Man be able to keep his right arm safe from him? Do you really take me for a psycho? Fine, I'll show you. The regressor huffed angrily and walked in front of me. Seeing that as a positive attitude, I shook the mannequin's hand and greeted her. I sense a good aura about you. Do you know the way? The way? What rubbish is that? Dear me, rubbish. Do you truly not know the way? I dare you to keep going. The regressor crossed her arms and glared at me over the mannequin. Regardless, I opened the mannequin's arms exaggeratedly like in a cheap puppet show. All things have their way. It is the path we must naturally walk, and also the sign that points to the goal we must reach. It is not only for humans. From time immemorial, it has been said that heaven, earth, and man form harmony. Mother Gaia shows humans limitless mercy, cutting her own flesh to bestow all kinds of gifts. We drink Mother Earth's milk, consume her fruits, and carve her flesh to create diverse things. That led us to prosperity, but Father Sky God does not tolerate the violation of boundaries. He takes our creations through rain, wind, floods, and lightning. Listeners tended to lose focus when a story grew long, yet the regressor suddenly started listening seriously. "Oi, I'm just pulling things out of my ass. Why are you being so focused? Magic, why is he saying this all of a sudden? Is there a hidden meaning to his words? Since I can't be sure, I should listen for now." The girl had a loose screw in her head like the others. She was berating me a minute ago, yet now she wanted to hear me out. More fickle than the weather in summer, I say. Even a mind reader like me couldn't dare to predict her. I sighed inwardly and continued. And so humans came to love our mother and fear our father. Put another way, we can view it as humans making light of her while paying respect to him. This is the way of heaven, earth, and man, the sky, land, and the path of humans in between. So, O one of open ears, one who melts all things like water, my meeting with you must be heaven's will. But the world is full of falsehoods and deceptions. People only see each other as prey. That is why I cannot trust you untested, and I resent myself for it. First, for the sake of trust, will you hand me a gold coin? The regressor took out one alchemic gold coin from her pocket and readily handed it over. I snatched it using the mannequin's right hand before flipping its body. Hey, fool, falling for such pretentious words. I'll make good use of this gold. Think of it as a life lesson. The steel mannequin then sauntered off under my puppeteering. Then the regressor indifferently swung Chuneng, instantly slicing off the arm of the mannequin which was about 5 steps away. It dropped the gold coin. I hastily caught the coin and scolded the regressor. I say, Draenei, what are you thinking? Indiscriminately cutting off his arm. Who cares? It's fake. These days, I'm getting worried that you might simply do the same even against a real person. And why is it always the right arm? Did you have a grudge against right arms in your previous life? Whatever, put your hand back, return my gold, che. Failing at sneaking the coin into my pocket, I had no choice but to return it to her. It pained me as much as if my heart were being wrenched out. I sadly watched the regressor put the gold coin in her pocket while continuing to explain. Well, despite what I said, Draenei's response wasn't wrong. Although cutting off an arm was a bit harsh, I did it because it's a dummy. I wouldn't have otherwise. The heaven and earth know that's a lie. If you wanna refute that, then say it to Finley's and my face. He lost his arm, and I nearly ended up the same. After retorting with actual proof, I turned to the vampire. Anyway, there are cases where people approach in good faith, like Mr. Chap, and cases where people try to take advantage of you, like Mr. Man. It's always hard to distinguish true kindness because fraudsters cunningly disguise themselves as good. Indeed, the inexperienced tend to always fear others. Upon hearing the vampire's casual reply and reading the sense of superiority beneath her tone, I paused to shoot a flat look at her. So that means you have enough experience, Draenitic Hansyaka, so you can tell apart good intentions and disguised malignance? Not all, I suppose, but enough. A broken bar what? I have met countless people over the centuries and experienced even more things than that. What use would that experience be if I cannot even see through others? Whoa, back it up a little. Your self-assessment is strange. The vampire interpreted my silence as affirmation, and that got her acting slightly haughty. The puppet asked for company, and the mannequin requested money. I may not know the intentions of strangers, but an evildoer will surely try to steal something from me. By understanding this point, I can avoid being controlled by others. She wasn't wrong. But sometimes, the authenticity of a message could be diminished by the speaker themselves. No matter how I wrapped my head around it, the vampire was no more than a lucky sheep. How can she see herself this way? Who does she think I held this lesson for today? I decided this couldn't go on. Then would you like to try it out once? A test, is it? I am not in a position to be tested by someone, but I am curious. How will you test me? I'll continue what I did with Azzy and Trainishai. Let's see if you respond well. It appears you have no doll now. What will you use? I still have a doll I'm best at handling, one that doesn't even need strings. I walked slowly before the vampire, who simply watched with curiosity. Once I closed the distance in a natural manner, I lowered my head, pinched the tip of her parasol, and raised it. Beneath the parasol, I saw her red eyes that contrasted with her white skin. I let out a small sigh of pure reverence. I cannot believe it. Oh my God. The vampire frowned at my utterance, but just before she reacted with displeasure, I quickly got down on one knee. Seeing you today, I have finally realized why gems are so rare in the world. How could any remain after God used them all to create the doll that you are? A broken bar, pardon? With your skin made of white jade and your hair weaved entirely of white gold, it is like all the white gems in the world are gathered here. Ugh, such blinding magnificence. Perhaps it is the nature of those who seek the exquisite to willingly walk into fire, so bewitched by its light. I dare to beg of you this, will you allow me to breathe the fragrance of beauty by your side? The regressor's jaw dropped.